Good to see you this evening. Be interesting to get your thoughts on Diana's report there and the fact that the UK government has told UK firms not to engage in economic activity with West Bank settlements.
Well, I think we saw another one-sided report. Unfortunately, it's not the first time we see it coming from Sky News, and that ignore the entire facts. We have rights to the land. It's not occupied land. This is our land. Yeah, I can go back to the British mandate for Palestine or the Balfour Declaration, and basically we have legal rights to the land, we have historical rights to the land, we even have biblical rights to the land. So to call us settlers in our own land, it's a disgrace. But let's look about the facts and about the future. The Jewish communities in Judea and Samaria are not going anywhere. They will stay there with the Palestinian communities. The question is what you do to allow both communities to prosper, to live in stability, in security. And I think all the talk we hear now coming from the UK and other European countries, applying sanctions or threatening the Israeli government, it's not gonna actually support what's happening on the ground. The bottom line, you have more than 2 million Palestinians living in Judea and Samaria. You have more than 500,000 Jews who live there, cities, communities, not the outpost you just show in your report. I'm talking about families, communities, big cities, and they will stay there. The question is what we do to make sure that both populations live safely there.
Yeah.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 211. Whose side are you on? A real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right. Here we go, guys. Welcome to the show. It's the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news, non-tribal approach to life. Really, that's what we're doing here in this space. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We'll be here with you guys all afternoon. We had a lot of stuff to go through. Things are happening so fast. We're actually going to be getting to a breaking news story with you guys just in a moment. I just want to make sure we're all up to par on all the different platforms. You guys know we are fighting the censorship industrial complex all the freaking time. It's insane. And we try to get out there on all the different platforms. We have, because of you guys, you're the reason that we're able to elevate and get out, get our reach out. But it's because we are working tirelessly around the clock to do this work for you. So we do appreciate all the support and understand that we're all part of this same fight against this censorship machine. And what is that machine? Well, it's that the thing in place that is trying to keep us second guessing ourselves, keep us from putting in this effort, because it's meant to wear and tear our minds, bodies, and souls. That's what it's for. And examples are made of us all the time. You see people getting knocked off platforms, and those are punishment rituals to show the rest of us, look what happens if you keep doing this. You might want to look for something else to do. And the reason they have to do that is because their narratives continue to crumble in real time. Every time they try and piece together this idea that we are against each other, that we're supposed to be mad at each other, at our neighbors, at our friends and family and coworkers, and playing this insane theater piece, this WWE piece of right versus left, red versus blue. None of that makes any sense. Once you take a look at the Epstein files, once you take a look at the war machine and the plan, every single time the imperialist model, the greater Israel model to land grab and occupy and expand territory and steal and pillage and rape and torture, not to mention they eat babies. They literally eat babies. How many times do we have to go back to that? I know it's the most disturbing part of it all. And we say they because it's not one unique person. It's not one unique party or one unique, faction that's some sort of like radical extreme group. No, this is the entirety of the billionaire class, of the Epstein pedo class, of the two-party duopoly. of all of the riches and royalty and any bit of power that exists in the Western Hemisphere is part of this. So who's on the other side? There's only the real two sides they don't want us to know is the people versus the power. That's the real battle, the economic warfare, right? So that's really, we have to change our minds, rewire ourselves, rather than red and blue, red versus blue, left versus right. It's people versus power. And I know we talk about this a lot on the show, but we have to keep reminding ourselves. That's why we're calling today's show, Whose Side Are You On? Whose side are you on? And we're not talking reds and blues and who'd you vote for. We're talking about you're either with the billionaire, psychopath, warmongering child eaters, or you're with the rest of the population of this planet. The people that they told us were our enemies. The people that they told us that wanted to take over the world. They're on our side. If we are on the side of the people and humanity, they're on our side. And once you get that, it's not so hard to go through all this garbage every single day. It's a lot to go through. It takes a lot of work and time and effort, but it's not that hard to apply this once we understand the blueprint, once we understand the mechanism in place for divide and conquer, for creating a fear pandemic, constantly fear, fear, fear. Divide and conquer with the confusion and the chaos and the who are we supposed to be mad at and the checking in with our team leaders to find out who we're supposed to be pointing our finger at. It must be harder for them. It must be harder for them because their stories have to be manipulated in advance. They have to figure out how they're going to dictate to us in an order of operations. How do they get us? How do they get the world population vaxxed? How do they do that? How do they get us to root for the wrong side? How do they get us to vote against our interest? How do they get us to do these things? That must be a lot more work for them to do that. But when they have little techniques like censorship and creating laws that punishes us to speak out against a foreign government, that makes it very helpful for them. That's useful for them so they can carry out their devious plans. And we have to be ready for what is the next plan. That's what we have to be ready for. Okay, so we got a great show, guys. We're gonna get right to it right now. There's I said we had some breaking news. We're gonna get to that right now. And then yes, we have a bunch of stuff to get through today, but we will be bringing in Jay Scott with us momentarily to cover some stories with you guys. Let me make sure we are all up on all of our platforms right now. It looks like we're doing pretty good here. We're going strong on YouTube and on Rumble. That's good. I think we have Facebook running right now. We'll see. We'll see how long that lasts, or we'll see if it even gets out to people. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We don't care. And I think we're on Twitch as well. But these are the main ones. If you guys are just following us, thank you for being part of this. This is the Rumble channel. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, all that stuff. And then the YouTube, this is our second attempt. You guys know the drill. They told us we were too dangerous to be on YouTube, actually. Not just the show, but me, actually. They said Matt Weinglass actually could not be affiliated with the YouTube channel. So we just revised it and came back. So The Homeless Left does not exist on YouTube. THL Presents does exist on YouTube. Do we have a right to exist? Now that's a whole nother question. Anyway, so there's that, and then the Twitch we're trying that out. So there's that as well, and of course Twitter. So you guys don't forget to follow us on Twitter, The Homeless Left, and Matt Weinglass, and I think we're streaming on both of those right now. So we'll hopefully with you guys' engagement, put up the comments, check that subscribe button, make sure that we are going strong as we get moving with the show right now. Okay, let's get started. Yes, we do have some breaking news. We'll get to this right now, and I bet you some of you guys know what we're about to get into right now because this just broke. So I think we're ready to go. Here we go. We have some breaking news here at THL Studios. We just got word that singer, songwriter, and vaccine pusher Dolly Parton has just passed away at the age of 80. This just went out on all of the big news feeds. Not the part about the vaccine pushing. We had to add that in just in case you guys forgot about that part. We'll get to that in a second. But here's the story. Yes, indeed. ABC News says, yes, Dolly Parton, country music legend, cultural icon, has died at 80. What do we know so far in these brief moments? Since the announcement, Dolly Parton, the beloved country music superstar, known as much for her philanthropy and theme park business as she was for chart-topping hit songs. She also did some movies. I actually think that might be a little bigger than the theme park stuff, but that's just my take. But yes, the songs, of course. Dead at 80. Nothing to see here, folks. Parton's death on Tuesday was announced by her publicist, and of course, no cause of death was provided, and it won't be. We'll have to speculate. But this is some Instagram messages we do know of, and we've covered Dolly on the show before. So as many of you know, I have been dealing with some health challenges. Oh, that's right. I do recall. We might recall that. And my doctors tell me that I must have a few procedures, but they know best. Of course. Parton wrote on Instagram in September of 2025. That's a little while ago. I guess that's about almost a year ago. Though she never specified the nature of her health issues. So very vague. Nearly 6 months later, at the seasonal opening of her Dollywood theme park. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Dollywood. Yeah. She said that she was still dealing with a few health issues from which she was taking time to recover. So there'll be more trickling in about the actual official cause of death. But in the meantime, let's just reminisce on one of the, I would say, most influential songs. And you might be thinking we're talking about Jolene, but no. I say the most influential song she did was a remix of Jolene. Back when everybody was getting their jibbity jabs, she changed her song to be called Vaccine. If you guys don't know, now you know.
Who helped fund the development of the Moderna vaccine, received her COVID-19 shot on Tuesday, getting what she called a dose of her own medicine.
And just before she starts this, to be clear, she did donate her own money to Moderna. So she has actually contributed to the manufacturing of a gene therapy that had no sufficient trials or any sort of regulations, and has actually killed a lot of people. So she was part of that. Let's see her present herself as she goes through the vaccine herself, because people listen to people like her, and they're certainly going to fall in line. If you're a Dolly Parton fan, this might have actually put you right over. If you were skeptical, a little bit, this might have done it. So good for her. She affected a lot of lives with this video.
Well, hey, it's me. I'm finally going to get my vaccine. I'm so excited. I've been waiting a while. I'm old enough to get it, and I'm smart enough to get it. So I'm very happy that I'm going to get my Moderna shot today. And I wanted to tell everybody, I think you should get out there and do it too. I even changed one of my songs to fit the occasion. It goes, vaccine, 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 vaccine. I'm begging of you, please don't hesitate. Vaccine, 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 vaccine. Because once you're dead, then that's a bit too late.
That's really funny. Get it? If you're dead, it's too late. Ha 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 ha. But yeah, go on.
I just want to say to all of you cowards out there.
Oh, you're talking to the cowards out there. Well, just make sure you keep that smile, because otherwise you'd sound like a big fat effing bully. So just keep smiling and laughing, and we might not notice.
Don't be such a chicken squat. Get out there and get shot.
Wait. Let's hear that again. What? Chicken squat?
If you're dead, then that's a bit too late. So I just want to say to all of you cowards out there. Don't be such a chicken squat. Get out there and get shot.
Well, I guess that's a good way to talk to somebody who's petrified, right? People that didn't want to get it, they were petrified because they would lose everything, right? You get fired. You can't support your family. You have a bad feeling about doing this. So if your favorite singer, performer, Dolly Parton, tells you don't be such a chicken squat, ha ha ha, you might have been pushed right over in that moment. So yeah, it's nice to reminisce about the greatest hits when we lose an icon like Dolly Parton, who did invest $1 million in Moderna. So she is part of the push. She literally was a vaccine pusher, and I hope they put that on her tombstone. And she should be proud of it. There's no reason why it shouldn't be a strike of her greatest hits. Abso-freaking-lutely. Put that right on her tombstone. And be proud of it. Stand behind your convictions, I would say. All right, guys, let's get on. We got some more here. Some more coming for you guys. Okay, let me just set this up really quick. We're going to have to move a couple things around, but we're going to get to everything. And I see you guys are already in the super chats, and we're going to get to some of you guys as well. So let's get started on some real fake news. We'll do some real fake news now. Actually, yes, let's throw a couple of these up here right now. We'll start with Chris. Thank you, Chris. Everyone I know is losing their shit because Dolly Parton, and I'm thinking she shouldn't have donated the $1 million to the Vanderbilt union, pushed the Jibbity Jab Jolene song. Yeah, but I think it plays well for those who are still, king scienced out and really like, that alliance, that, we're all in this together. I think it's good. It's a really good look. I think the family, I think they should keep replaying that to remind people that, she was, she did the right thing when she bullied everybody. Yeah, I think it should go on her greatest hits for sure, Chris. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Citizen, of course, you know what? We do have to tell you, we do have an update. I did see Nico dropped it. We have more to get to with Hayden Panettiere. Now there's a lot there. We covered it last week. We will circle back to it on Thursday, promise you. But we do have some other stories today, but I know that's a big one that hasn't stopped because there's a lot of levels to what happened to her. Not just the Epstein pedo Holly woke stuff. There was also we know what happened when her and her brother had to also line up and get the Jibbity Jab. So that's also a thing. That's also a thing. Okay. We'll get to that on next week's show. I'm sorry, Thursday's show. Okay. And we'll get to some of these other ones. We'll get some of these other ones later. Oh, one more from Chris. I gotta say, yes, we should rank all the COVID songs. Yes. That's a great idea. I'd love to. We should put a greatest hits. Dolly Parton's definitely on that list. And so is, I got to say, we got to have a Stephen Colbert Dancing Vaccine Girls in there. It has to be. That was a staple on his show. Like once a week, he'd do a Broadway number and rewrite the words and have Dancing Vaccine Girls, literally with vaccines as heads. It was insane. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. We'll do a greatest hits. I think that'll be cool. All right. Moving on, guys. I think it's time to do some, and we'll get to some of the super chats later that are coming in. And appreciate all you guys. And I think it's time we do some real fake news. Okay, here we go. It's a real fake news update. Wait, let me start that again. I think this just froze on me. Okay, I think we're good. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. let's look over at the Democratic Party and all their shenanigans. When I say shenanigans, I'm not talking about all this, the fear porn, scare porn. We know what the Republican side's up to. We know that the idea is to make them look like radical lefties, communists, pushing Islam. You got the Mamdani scare factor in New York. Obviously, you got the El Sayed. You got all of this chaos from the right, as far as they're literally living in fear. But meanwhile, we know the playbook. We know what they're doing. We know what Hakeem Jeffries has been up to, and we know that all these radical lefties that get voted in or get through the primary, and eventually, if they actually get into office, their job is to align with Chuck Schumer. Their job is to align with Hakeem Jeffries as they're pushing him to be the new Speaker of the House. That's the alignment. We know that playbook. So why is the mainstream media not tuned into this? Why are they not tuned into this? We know because their job is to pretend that's not happening. Their job is to keep the divide. And here is Wolf Blitzer, who's one of the veterans of keeping it divided, on CNN in his recent interview with Hakeem Jeffries, as he allows Jeffries to pretend that he's going after Trump. Tell the CNN audience, Jeffries, how you plan to stick it to Trump when you get into that House Speaker role. Ooh, I'm excited.
Getting the pass because we're determined to make sure, beginning on day one, that we hold every single member of the Trump cartel accountable, beginning on day one.
Well, beginning on day one, you mean if the Democrats become the majority in the House of Representatives and you potentially could be the Speaker. Is that what you're suggesting? On day one of that event, you will begin to hold everyone in the Trump cartel, your words, accountable?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that if folks have been shortchanging the American people, screwing over the American people, or stealing from the American people, yes.
Wow, great interview there, Wolf. You did it again, added to the collection. So obviously we know that there's no truth in this at all. Not any. This is about raising money for the party and stealing votes and all this stuff. And if he does happen to become Speaker, we know that he will align with the war machine that's already in place. That's the idea. How do we know this? This isn't speculation. This is fact. How do we know this right now? Because he's not even wasting a moment. He's already meeting with Jared Kushner, the new owner of the new associate owner of our LA Lakers, and the biggest Zionist in the entire cabinet. Hakeem Jeffries decided to meet with Kushner. He couldn't even wait to blow his load, right? He had to do this like now. That's hilarious. Okay, so New York Times reports, this is from Power to the People, that Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner met privately to discuss how Democrats and the Trump administration can work together. And I can tell you this without pulling up the New York Times, because we trust the review by Power to the People. I would say New York Times is clueless of what they're admitting in that sense. They're clueless because they think when they tell their readers that they're trying to work together, that's a good thing. That means we're reaching across the aisle. How can we compromise? That's not what this is about. It's not about compromise. It's about strategically aligning the exact same policy and how you spin it to your particular demographic. That's what this is about. And I don't even know if New York Times realizes that's what they're admitting to. But anyways, of course, we're saying how much more evidence do the American people need before they understand that both parties exist to serve capital and to sell the people out? There's not one thing the U.S. government does well for the people because its entire purpose is to serve the rich. Abso-freaking-lutely. There they are, ready for that meeting, that secret super duper meeting. Well, it's already been exposed. Everybody knows about it. So how are you going to spin it? Well, let's see how Mamdani does, right? We're talking about the radical left. They should be furious about this, right? If you were radical, you would be completely against a meeting like this, and you'd be calling to expose it for exactly what it is. Let's see what way you guys think Mamdani's going to go with this one? You think he's going to go the homeless left way. No, he's good with it. He's totally good with it.
Wanted to just get your reaction to Times reporting on Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner. I mean, what do you think of Jeffries potentially being speaker in light of this? And then my second question is, it's now 2 weeks until the first day of school, and there's still no AI policy, and principals aren't supposed to buy new tech until there is one. So can you just give any update to that? Will it be coming in the next few days? I know this is a stressful issue for schools.
It is, and it is an issue of immense importance to us in the administration, and it is an issue that we will be speaking to soon. And to your first question, I continue to support Congressman Jeffries and his bid to become the leader.
All right, thank you, Josie.
Of course you do. That was the whole point. That was the whole point. Supporting Jeffries, supporting Schumer. You were never going to waver from that. That's the actual point. More from Power of the People. So Mamdani moments ago, just once again, back to Hakeem Jeffries for speaker. I continue to support Jeffries and his bid to become the leader. Guess what? AOC also supports Jeffries. That other radical there, right? Also supports him. How can anyone believe in the project to reform the Democratic Party when the people who run on reforming it back corrupt corporate politicians for leadership? This just reaffirms that the Democratic Party cannot be reformed and that we need to build and fight for a working class alternative. Well said, proud socialist. Power to the people for sure. And that's that. So now, obviously, Hakeem Jeffries had to respond about his meeting. Let's see how he spun it, right? Let's see. Here we go.
What's up, y'all? Just finished up an event here in the community in Brooklyn. I want to give you a little real talk on this Jared Kushner situation. He asked for a meeting, and I took it to discuss the affordability crisis that exists that is not a hoax.
Oh, it was about the affordability crisis. Of course. What were we thinking? That's clearly an important issue for Jared Kushner. That's one of the main things he talks about all the time. Oh, wait, never mind. No, he doesn't. But hey, nice try. I'm seriously think, I bet you some people might have actually listened to this and believed it. But yeah, go on about your affordable housing meeting with Jared Kushner. Go on.
At the same period of time, I shouldn't have to say it, but I am. No one is going to get a pass. We're going to hold every single member of the Trump cartel accountable, beginning on day one.
Accountable for what? For their genocide in Gaza? For funding the rest of the illegal occupation and ethnic cleansing happening in South Lebanon, in the West Bank, this insane illegal war in Iran? You're going to hold them accountable for that, right? Are you going to hold them accountable for not going further with the Epstein list? Are you going to hold them accountable for no one's going to jail? No one's getting arrested for the Epstein crimes? Are you going to what exactly are you going to hold them accountable for? It's unclear. But of course it's unclear. That's the point. It just feels good to hear it. If you're in Team Blue, yeah, we're going to hold King Trump accountable for what? Please elaborate. What is the thing?
If you're stealing from the American people, shortchanging the American people, or screwing over the American people.
Those are vague ideas. And he is doing those things. But stealing to do what? What is our money going towards, Hakeem? Are you going to connect the dots for it? No, you're not. No, you're not. It just feels good to say we're gonna get the bad guy. But you're not actually going to do anything. That's the point. That's what you didn't meet with Kushner to talk about how you're going to go after Trump for stealing from the American people. So that's not a thing.
You're going to be held accountable. We're going to follow the facts, apply the law, and be guided by the Constitution, beginning on day one, and hold the crooks accountable.
He's not saying anything. What else is not on that list? The merger of the US and Israel military? Any of that? How about all the illegal legislation of censorship and trying to arrest people, taking away visas? Now, look, I know the little spin about how he's coming after the immigrants. I know you're going to do that one, but he's coming after everybody. And you won't account for that part. You're going to keep playing the red versus blue thing, and you're not going to tell us really what the problem with ICE is. And obviously, ICE is a huge freaking problem. I don't even know if he brings that one up here. I don't think he does. But if he did, you know what the angle. So it's the things he's leaving out. That's the thing we have to see. The things he is leaving out of the list. That's the point. And it wasn't an accident. He didn't. Oopsie, I got confused because I just recorded it once and I had to be done and I didn't want to do it again and I had to upload it and I had a meeting. So I might have. No, you don't say those things. That's the point.
And that's what we've done as House Democrats from the beginning of this Congress. We battled the Trump administration on tariffs, battled them on Medicaid, battled them.
What? You battled them on Medicaid? How'd that go? How did that one go? Oh, you said some stuff? You didn't like it? Okay.
On Epstein. Battled them on.
Oh, you battled them on Epstein, did you? So is that what was that part of your meeting with Kushner? Did that come up? How did that battle go? What are you talking about? Battle? What's the battle? There's no battle. Just words.
Nutritional assistance. Battle them on the Affordable Care Act. Battle them on the reckless war of choice in Iran. Battle them on.
You battled them on the war of the reckless? Oh, because he didn't do it the right way. You would have done it a different way. You would have blown up the targets in a different way. You would have tweeted it out differently. Got it. You still would have murdered the same people. You just would have done it a little. It was reckless the way Trump did it. Got it.
Funding and battle them on the unprecedented corruption unleashed on the American people. And we've delivered results. Pam Bondi is gone. Kristi Noem is gone. And we're just getting started.
Don't fall for the revolving door, guys. They serve their purpose. They're not gone because of Hakeem Jeffries. They're gone because they served their purpose and the next one's coming in. That's how it works. So who took their place? Tell us about the amazing stuff happening with the new person that came in. What do you got there? You got nothing. You got nothing.
At the same period of time, the affordability crisis in this country is very real. It needs to be dealt with. I hear about it every day. In a community in Brooklyn and all across the country, wherever I may be, people are drowning in this failed economy and are demanding action. We have a responsibility to deal with the fact that life is too expensive.
I can't hear any more of this shit. This is such garbage. We have a responsibility to pretend that we are going to do something about the fact that you can't survive in this insane environment that we created. We did this to you. We all did it to you. And we have a responsibility to continue to pretend that we're doing something to fix it. And he does look like he has a lot of time on his hands there with all the pauses. So I'm kind of done with that. But let's remind you guys, it's not just because we mentioned El Sayed as well, and that's a very important piece of this because he also supported Hakeem Jeffries, and Hakeem just brought up the Medicare. Oh, you were fighting about Medicare, Medicaid, really? Well, from what I remember, that's something you didn't give a shit about, if I recall, in this interview on Fox News, where Fox actually kind of gets this part right, actually.
The country wants guaranteed health care through Medicare for all. So maybe you have your facts. I guess I know you got alternative facts over here.
We'll
so
find out.
I'll give you that.
We'll find out in November. Yeah, and by the way, Medicare for all is absolutely unaffordable. You have to. We know who says that. Hakeem Jeffries says that.
Yeah.
He's not for Medicare for all. So that's a legitimate question.
75.
There it is. They're telling us it's not. Well, the reason it's not affordable because that we're just not going to do it. That's why. It's not because like we try. Oh, we can't crunch the numbers. Crunch the numbers. We can't. Oh my God, we can't get it done. Why can't we crunch it again, Michael Scott? Crunch the numbers again. That's not a thing. But the point is, they're actually being honest there. They say, guess what? Nobody in your party is actually for it, and yet you're supporting this piece of shit. So none of that's ever going to happen. Period. And how do we know this? Because in California we have all blue, and we don't have Medicare for all. So. It's not the Republicans stopping it. It's the Democrats. They're stopping it. And one little tiny, what is the expression about a broken clock can be right twice a day? I think Fox News might get half of a right on this one because the party ain't doing nothing about it, and they nailed it there. So are we going to see any of these radical extreme Democrats stepping up and doing anything about this? No, we're not. None of the news outlets will tell you this. The charade's going to keep continuing. And that's why we have to come here and do this for you guys and bring you the real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, let's get here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a quick break and be right back. We got a lot more show coming up for you guys, and we got Jay Scott joining us here in a bit. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you back here in a couple minutes. This is a funny little Chicago airport deal. If you guys are worried about traveling and getting pulled out of line by the TSA or any of the security checks, this guy in Chicago, he has a little trick for you. Personal preference or principle, you may or may not want to follow his advice, but it might work. It worked for him. Check it out. We'll see you guys back here in a few minutes.
One trick, how I pass airport security in Chicago. See, I just put my kippah and hallelujah, I'm gonna pass airport security right now. Wish me good luck. So it took me literally 1 minute to pass airport security with the kippah. It's the best trick ever. Try it for yourself. Peace.
Okay, we are back with more show for you guys. Just making sure we're all looking good. I think yeah, we were getting the texts and the updates about Dolly Parton, and I think we broke it first, guys. I think we broke it first. We got it up because we saw it coming in right when we were starting the show. And actually, if we were running a little behind, as I know, as usual, we kind of run a few minutes behind. If it wasn't for that normal running behind, I think we would have missed the story. So that worked out for us. So if you guys are just joining us, know that we did cover that breaking news. Vaccine pusher, music star, sensation icon Dolly Parton is dead at 80. So we did want to remind you guys she was a vaccine pusher, not just a country music legend and theme park owner. She was an investor in Moderna. She loved drugs and pharma and vaccines, and she wanted to make sure you got yours. And if you didn't get yours, you were being a chicken shit or whatever she said. You were being a chicken, like bok bok bok, chicky bok bok. That's what she thought of you if you didn't do it. So I just wanted you guys to know. And she wrote a whole song about it. How you got to do the thing or you're a piece of shit. So there you go. That's Dolly Parton for you. But we'll have the segment. We're gonna put that up as soon as we wrap later tonight, just so you guys can watch the full coverage of that. It's all right, guys. Breaking news it's a tough thing sometimes, because when you have to go quick on something, we got to get all the information right, and we don't ever want to like misreport on anything. So, but that was a pretty much pretty cut and dry story, especially since we've covered her on the show before. All right, let's get a couple more of the super chats, and then we're going to bring Jay Scott in here in just a second. We got a lot of stuff to get to here, and we do appreciate all the engagement on all of our platforms, guys. Much love to all of you. Let's see. Let's get another one of these from Citizen. Thank you so much. Iran lets tankers through to soften the blow on the world economy. Well, we're going to get to this end of the world economy, or end of the US dollar, really. That's what's really happening here. We're going to get into that story when we bring in Jay. What is the timing? We know between Iran and the US, we know one of them is in full control, and it's the one that doesn't seem to be in a state of urgency and panic, and that would be Iran. So they can kind of play it a little more chill. I don't want to say chill, but it's more of a chess game with them, where they can kind of take some time between each move, and it works for them, and it should. That's how it should be. And they've been held in the cards the whole time. So that's how that is. And then let's see what else, guys. We'll get to some more of you. I know there's a few more super chats happening on the scroll here, and we'll get to some of that later. And I will announce that we do have Leslie will be back with us. Nurse Leslie will be back with us on Thursday, on her normal Thursday. She usually likes to come in on Thursdays. So I know it's been a little while. So guys, you got to deal with me one more time this time when we do the talking back. But we do like to let you understand that this show is more than just kick back, kick your feet up, grab a bowl of popcorn and enjoy. No, this is engagement. It's active for you too. We like the engagement. We like you to feel part of this. And then of course, when we're not on the air, when we're moving on with our week and day, and you guys are multitasking too. I know a lot of you guys are listening to us as you're en route to whatever you're going to, moving around, multitasking, like I said. But the point is that we are action driven here. We're not just pulling the curtain back and exposing the bullshit, right? We're figuring out ways to do something about it. And that's why we like to keep that high standard for the show, bringing together challenging of military industrial complex, all this stuff. We challenge the I guess the corporate news media machine, which a lot of shows do. There's also a lot of groups out there that just do the activism. They don't spend the time doing the investigations and the pulling the curtain back. So we bring those two worlds together. That's the point. That's what we're doing here. We're bringing together the challenging of the I guess you would say, this corporate Western media propaganda machine, the challenging of that, along with the activism, along with the hands-on, let's do something about it, let's fight back. With that said, it's time to bring in our co-host for today, You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show. I'm going to call him the Jay Scott because that's his new Twitter handle. The Jay Scott. Welcome back to the Homeless Left. How you doing? Oh, I think we're on a mute. Oh, it doesn't even say mute on your thing. There might be a little deal happening. Let's see. Why am I not hearing you? How about this? Hey, could somebody put in the comment if they can hear Jay, because it might be on my end. Give us a thumbs up if you guys can hear Jay, because I'm not hearing him. I might have an issue on my side. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and come back in. Yeah, that's fine. We'll try it again. We will try it again. That happens sometimes, guys. You know we have to deal with all sorts of tech issues, and we're on this StreamYard thing. All right, let's try this again. Please welcome back with us, Jay Scott. Oh shoot, man. I don't know why I'm not hearing you. Okay. Let me check my side of things, and if for whatever reason it looks like all of my levels are set accurately, so I have no idea what this could be. I have no idea what this could be. Man, I'm not even hearing you. Yeah, we're seeing from the we're seeing from the comments that yes, it's not just me. I can't hear you. It's they're not hearing you either. So what can we do here? Let's see. Just check your settings on the computer there. Check your settings, because sometimes there's a sound issue that'll happen. Not even necessarily in StreamYard, but in one of the other. Huh. I wonder what. Oh. No, man. It's not even faint. It's like zero. It's like you're on mute. That's the issue. It's like you're on mute. Can you change your setting from the mic setting to like a different? Like if you go to this the StreamYard, it'll say your audio. Like what is your mic source? And maybe you can see your options on mic source. Try it. No. Man. Okay. Okay. So let's do this. If you want to maybe, Jay, listen, how about this? I'm thinking if, depending on your time here, I can go to another segment that I had prepared. You want to do a little switch out if you have the time? I don't know, or because I want to, if you want to try that and try like a switch out on a different device, something like that, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm seeing it. Let me look at the chat here. So, you did try. So yeah, why don't you try to reset it? If you're cool with it, what I can do is I can just do the I had the what do you call it? The Charlie Kirk update that we didn't get to yet. So I can do that one. And if you want to reset your computer, and we'll try back in 15. We'll try back in 15. I'm gonna do the other one. Okay, great. We'll be back. Okay, perfect. Well, luckily I had this other one already set, and we'll figure it out. We'll get Jay on here. We'll figure it out. So here's what we're gonna do. I got this other story ready to go that we would have gotten to if we actually had started on time. That's funny. That happens sometimes. Okay, we're gonna switch gears. We're gonna do the update on Charlie Kirk, and we put that in the header. So you guys know we had a little update on that. So we have to do this one. So here we go. Okay, I think we're ready. You guys remember that debate? You remember the Candace and Andrew debate? And there were some key moments. We showed you guys, some of the circulating clips Obviously, the guy knows nothing about, how the legal system works. He knows nothing about how to prepare for debates. Candace completely schooled him. But there was one moment, and we did see the TP USA folks. They were holding on to this idea that he had this breaking piece of evidence that he brought in, and they're sharing this around, and it just seemed very weird. Well, I'm going to play it to you, but this is just to remind you guys that this happened, that this text message that he reads during the debate, but he won't show it. It's just weird. And Candace is very respectful, and she says she's giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying, okay, I didn't know this text existed, so why don't you show it? Please explain to us why you won't show this text while we're on this debate and we have millions of people watching. What's wrong with you? So here, if you guys don't remember, this is it.
You had some new evidence at the beginning of the
yeah, we should show that text message that you read, just because I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show but not show it?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my show.
Can I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention.
Her face, it's classic. I mean, and she's like, are you effing kidding me, man? Do you know? And she's like trying to give him like coaching, and she's not being, I don't think she's being condescending. And she gave him advice on that other part of the debate too. And this thing was long. This thing was 4 hours long. It was tiresome. But these were the moments that stuck out. And he read it there right on his cell phone, and while his foot is shaking and he's twitching, and we've seen all the memes and all the AI parodies. But he owed an update, right? So he finally gives the text messages up on his own show. Here's a clip of him doing that, and it's just something a little off about this. And you guys have probably, if you've seen this, you know something is weird about this. And again, Candace gave him the benefit of the doubt that this exists. So show it to us. Show us the text. What is the thing?
This is between Charlie Kirk and a friend of his.
Why isn't the friend showing it? It's that funny. It's like he was hand selected to be the messenger of this thing, and it's fake. Guys, just spoiler alert, the whole thing's fake. But let's see if you can spot it. Here it is.
And here's what it says. This was forwarded to Charlie. Right-wing loser Charlie Kirk is going to be at ISU tomorrow, and I'm going to kill him. Legal intent to murder. Arrest me.
Right up front, if that went out, there would have been, the FBI already would have seized this and released it. You don't need TP USA and this Andrew loser. You don't need them to dictate when they want to be releasing this stuff so they can get a particular amount of clicks. This would be actual evidence if there was an actual investigation, which we know there wasn't. Just so you know, any sort of threat, this would have been seized immediately. Remember Kash Patel and the speediness, the American people demand speediness? We would have seen this on day one if this was real. There's no reason to keep this from the public at all, unless it's being fabricated in real time. And then, of course, that's why you release it when you're ready to, when you think you've checked all the boxes. And these people, they're just really bad at checking boxes. But I'll let them continue. You'll see. You'll see.
Says to his friend, I'm sorry the Illinois trip is in jeopardy after all of this type of crap. His friend says, oh my God, such lunatics. No worries, stay safe. Kirk says the left is reaching a dangerous point. The left is reaching a dangerous point. Now, that's from the spring of 2025. I already showed you evidence over and over again that Charlie Kirk was worried, and he publicly mentioned this many times, how worried he was about leftists killing him. That was his primary concern. He never publicly once stated that he thought Israel or anybody else was going to hurt, kill him, anything like never.
Look, I'm not gonna toot my horn on, obviously we have to run a small operation here with our tech, but this guy's got a massive amount of TPUSA money. Why the hell is he still leaving that box on his screen like with nothing in it? It's a really bad look. Look, I know we do it sometimes, right? We'll have like you'll see my face over here and nothing on, but this is not the time to do that. I don't know who's running his tech right now, but this is not that. This is the time when you're supposed to be like the big drum roll, right? This is the big drum roll, and you don't really have anything. You're not crunched for time. You don't really have much to work with, and of course so many people saw this. So let's walk this through. I like this from Mel. This is good. So Charlie Kirk. So let's get this right. This is the friend. His name is Dan Flood. So Charlie Kirk messaged Dan Flood. This is what we're supposed to believe. The night before he was murdered, I specifically told Dan he was worried the left was trying to kill him, and Dan Flood responded by what? By lying about how many patrol units he had secured for the event the next day, and then setting Charlie up in a turkey shoot without a single one of his guys ever securing any of the buildings overlooking this open air event. That's actually the thing they're trying to sell us. So even if the texts were true, this is really, really bad, because this means that none of the people that were supposed to be there for Charlie showed up. So if you want us to believe that he specifically texted this out, he's afraid the left's going to kill him, this fake threat, if it's real, why did they let him down? So they're not accounting for that part. So instead of firing and suing this worthless sack of shit in oblivion, because that's what you would, if you believe this text, then Dan Flood is a piece of shit. If you believe the texts exist and they're real, then he should have been completely removed from this operation. But instead, what happened? Erica Kirk promoted him and gave him a raise. Do we have this right? Yeah, that's about the long and the short of it. Now let's look a little bit closer at the. Now, guys, look, this is the extent of what look. The one on the left is the full phone. The one on the right is more of a zoomed in, and you can see there's so many weird. It's blurry. There's boxes like blocking things out. Something's really off about this thing, and you guys are welcome to go and study more on. I mean, there's a bunch of different shares of this, and it just doesn't. Something just seems really, really off, and a lot of people are pointing this out. This from KC, or the fact that it's missing any identifiable information. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I've seen that receipt. It's conveniently missing any identifiable information. Yeah, so these boxes and these things blacked out. It just makes it more generic and less able for people to detect its accuracy. When you blur things out, make them fadey, it's just weird. This from me and Malcolm, and it's always nice to ask Grok. Well, let's see what Grok thinks. Hey Grok, what are the odds that this text screenshot claims from Charlie Kirk is authentic, given the graininess, unusual positioning, and other dynamics? Just give me a percentage. If low, given he also lied debating Candace, should he be considered a liar? Because that would be obviously intentional. If you're sharing something that's obviously fake and you know it's fake, then that's someone not to be trusted. Let's see what Grok says. Under 10%? The garbled phrasing, toy security plan, all in my power. So the sentence structure's off. Grainy photo of screen quality. The bubble layout quirks are classic signs of AI generation or heavy editing, not a clean capture. Presenting it after refusing to show primary evidence in the debate does undercut reliability on this specific claim. Well, Grok just went a little too far with that one, I have to say. That Grok, you should be ashamed of yourself. How dare you call out the obvious stuff that we all see? I think you're looking to get your mind right there, Grok. So pack your bags. You're going to the wall. You're going to the wall, Grok. Get your mind right. That's not cool. Not cool. So, what about when Candace shared her text? I mean, just for comparison speak, when Candace shared her text, and what I'm saying is her actual text, not some third party dude that she had with her friend, Charlie Kirk. Do you remember when she shared hers? How crystal clean, how squeaky clean those were?
All lost, and no matter what side of the political aisle you're on, we lost something important in America today. But the case goes on, the investigation goes on. There's a lot of piecing of evidence together. We don't have a shooter tonight. We have a couple leads, a couple people that were released that probably aren't the shooter. There's a couple hot leads. There's a little bit of foreign intelligence. There's a little bit of foreign intelligence. There's a little bit of foreign intelligence. And I think over the next couple of days, we will learn a lot more, and hopefully we will bring to justice the evil person who did what they did to Charlie today.
Yeah, I hope so. I am hearing that they do have a couple of people of interest. That's the latest I heard from
That's correct.
Law enforcement. You're hearing the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. So with that said, and understanding that we're just using our critical thinking skills here, guys. This isn't about choosing a side in this regard. Because there's only the two sides here are so freaking, like, one side is let's investigate and get to the bottom of this. The other side is constant gaslighting and just completely not wanting to look into anything. That's it. That's the plan. So why has TPE USA been silent? Why has everybody been silent here? It's weird. It's weird that this guy, Andrew Wilson, is the only one defending this thing right now. When we know what Erica, and don't forget this part, Erica Kirk, she told us already that there was no text. So again, they are really, really, really bad at lining up their bullshit. They don't do what we call reverse engineering. They don't reverse engineer very well. They're really bad. If they were to have done some, I would have recommended reverse engineer this shit. You would never have this happen. Andrew did bring proof that Erica is a liar. That's right, because someone at TPUSA needs to address this. You literally let Andrew Wilson, you fed him a text that completely contradicts what Erica says right here. You can't figure out why people have an issue with how you are handling this. Again, they are not even good at this. Here is the clip to remind you guys what Erica said about Charlie's phone, because she had his phone. So she could speak, according to her, she could speak on behalf of Charlie and his phone and his texts.
Messaging people the day before.
So the start of the clip is he wasn't messaging people the day before. Let's see. I think it got cut off. Here it is.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
And I have his cell phone. Yep. Glenn Beck. Yep. So they're really bad at this concept of, if you're going to fake something, you got to work it backwards. And so this, you would not have her do that, because you know that you needed Andrew Wilson to do this thing on the debate. So you did it wrong. So that's why we say, if you want to trick people, you got to reverse engineer it and start from Z and put in each part in accurate order backwards, and then you'll get it right. So they did not do the bullshit correctly. So what is being said from there's one thing they are doing right now, and we just saw this drop. So the end of the segment, I'm going to show you that they did recruit. TP USA does have a new spokesperson, and they're pretty much going to be done with Andrew Wilson now, because he is not helpful at all. In fact, Erica obviously isn't that helpful to them either. They need somebody loud, somebody that can really trick a lot of people, and I think they might have found him, and we know him well here in California. It's none other than reality star Spencer Pratt. Check this out, and tell me if you guys don't think this guy might be able to bullshit for this little demographic left that thinks that Kash Patel and the FBI and everyone checks out on this story. Here he is, and I think it actually was a good recruit for them. So we might have our work cut out for ourselves here.
Mommy Sleuth TikTok is an exercise in pure insanity. Whatever this woke social media blob has done to the modern mind, it's gone far beyond internet sleuthing, and it's spawned an entire generation of hollow-out, depraved crazies. What about all the goblins celebrating the communists who shot Charlie Kirk? You have insane influencers making a fortune off shamelessly exploiting his death, tying themselves in knots with the most convoluted Rube Goldberg bullshit explanations to try and deny something we all saw in 4K and wish we didn't. It was an exploding mic.
He had a rigged microphone.
And they timed it precisely to the millisecond with the fake gunshot from the patsy.
The shaped charge was actually supposed to hit him in the chest.
There were Jews hiding under the grass. It was French special forces. Just the craziest, most unhinged shit imaginable. And people believe it. Anything but what actually happened. Anything but the most obvious, straightforward explanation. The woke communists you saw on camera who have prints on the rifle killed an anti-communist leader because communists are violent lunatics.
He said communist like 6 times already. This guy's good. This is the top-down messaging. This is coming directly from the Trump and Kushner's and Netanyahu side of things. He might be skipping right over TPUSA, but they do have a lot of money to spend. I'm absolutely positive that he's on their payroll at this point, but they should have recruited him long ago. This guy can sell it. This guy can absolutely sell it. Let's hear a little more.
That's it. We have a communist violence problem, but psychos on the internet have made an entire cottage industry around denying and exploiting it.
We're not morons.
But what's so much worse than these crazy conspiracies is how it drives people to abandon their basic human decency. It goes from just asking questions to demonizing a grieving widow, celebrating her husband.
She's not a grieving widow, but hey, he can sell it.
Violent death. It's so much worse than just absolving the actual murderer and trying to sabotage the trial. These people have a bloodlust.
We remember that clip, and that's absolutely disgusting that he takes this and throws it in this horrible montage with Candace little clips as if this idiot psychopath has anything to do with people doing actual journalism and investigation. This is totally despicable. But again, it works. It makes people think that it's one big group of loony nutholes. That's what this is designed to do. And I honestly think they should have recruited Spencer long ago and not wasted time with this Andrew Wilson idiot.
What have you become when you celebrate an assassination like this? I don't care what your politics are. This was a father, a loving husband. You know, I was in D.C. in an interagency meeting when that communist shot Charlie. I was there advocating for the Palisades, trying to get things done to help us rebuild when everyone's phones started buzzing. Now, I never knew Charlie, but some of the president's cabinet members were with us, agency heads, people who were friends with Charlie and had worked with him for years, and they were devastated. It was one of the most grotesque and shocking moments I've ever seen in American history, but the reactions that followed were far more grotesque and reveal a sad report on where we are as a country. Teachers mocking his death, drag queens putting on assassination fashion shows. Who are these demons? What have we allowed ourselves to become? We have been so thoroughly demoralized, I fear that we can't get any lower. These things have...
You love being low. That's the point. You're isolating these people that have mental illness on the left, and you're highlighting them in order to create the environment that you need to have to rise up this base. So you're the one doing it. No one else. You think Candace wastes 1 second with these loonies those are, you want to talk about fringe? Those are fringe. That's not real. Most of the left have moved on from this. They don't know what to think. They don't think about Charlie Kirk. They actually don't. They don't know what to think. They see Candace and Tucker going at it, trying to do some work on it. So this is totally misleading, obviously on purpose, but he's freaking good. And of course he had to bring up the Palisades, make it personal. He's very, very good at that. I toughed it out through the California mayhem. So I know personally about California weirdos and mayhem that happens here and the horrible governor. So he brings it home. It's the personal touch of I've been through it with these radical commie lefties. And how many Could anybody count how many times he said I mean, my God, it must be up to 15 now. It's only been a couple minutes.
Fried our brains. Politicians have become full-time influencers and utter clowns, gesture gooning instead of campaigning. We dress like slobs. We shrug away drug addicts defiling themselves on our streets. We celebrate murders and lawlessness with alacrity. We have no dignity anymore, and I don't know how we get it back.
Oh, he earned his money on that one. That's it. That's their guy. Go with him. Go with him. Why did you even waste your time with Andrew or Erica for that matter? You really, he's got it down. This guy's a star. He's a reality star. He's he might be the next Trump at this point. He's got boom, communist, fear. There you go. So, but we still have a hearing to get to. We still have a hearing to pick up. And Tyler Robinson is still in isolation, suicide watch. So we'll see. A few more days on that one till they reconvene in court. So we'll be up on that. But there you go, guys. There's the update. Okay, let's get back to business, guys. It's time to get back to business. I think Jay Scott has done a upgrade revision of his tech, and let's see if it's worked. So drum roll, please. Without further ado, we'll give it this is take two. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
All right, mic check for the third time. I know it's an awkward angle, but you can hear me now. Excellent. So
We got you.
I'm on my cell phone. It's a little bit different now, so we're gonna have to deal with a weird angle one time, but I'll have it fixed by next show for sure.
Hey, it's not even a problem. We can go with this, and I don't think the audience minds at all, because as long as they can hear us and we can get into stuff, they're fine. So all good
For sure.
With that said, are you able to? So what's your vision like as far as, are you able to see the materials?
So I have it pulled up on my computer right over here. So if you see me looking off to the side, it's not because, I'm watching a girl walk by outside. I'm just looking at it on the full computer screen. So don't worry. I'm paying attention. So my girlfriend just gave me a death stare as I made that little comment on the side too. So I'm not looking at her. I'm not looking at anyone walking outside. It's the computer screen right here. So gotcha.
Okay, man. Well, we'll get into it now. So we have a few stories to do. I know you see we had some notes on this thing. So I had not spent as much. I guess we ran out of time to get through the first two. But we know the story, so I might need you to help guide the first two a little better than me. But I think I got it. But just so you know, just those first two.
Not to throw a curveball at you, but literally right before we came on the air, there was another big update to that story. So
oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So, but you know how Trump goes. It's hot and cold, back and forth. Bomb him one day, make peace the next day. Just another one of those situations. So
okay. Well, we're gonna start with this. Because this was on the header and it's on the thumbnail too. So we're gonna start with Scott Bessent. So
let's do it.
And I got this one set. So they're calling it Operation Economic Outcast, which is literally seems to be the design of this. And we're gonna let them tell it for yourself. So here we go. This is Scott Bessent revealing to us the plan of destroying the US dollar. We've been saying that the dollar is crumbling this whole time. And now he's coming out and saying, oh, we have a plan to actually do that on purpose. So everything is aligning to this moment. Take it away, Scott Bessent. And just know, this is the guy who gleefully has told us time and time again the way imperialism works, that we stronghold, we put our hand around the necks of anybody we feel like it, so we can bring them to their knees with all of our sanctions, so they crumble, their economies fall, and we steal their shit. That's been our game plan. But it seems like that motto is running out. So let's see the new attack plan from Scott Bessent. And this is called Operation Economic Outcast. Take it away, Scott.
One more. Let's see. You in the front.
Described this as an economic D-Day, but D-Day wasn't a threat.
Are you guys hearing this? Because I think I might have a low volume on this one.
We can hear it. Yep.
Okay, just checking.
Of an invasion, and the U.S. didn't give a timeline to Germany. So why not impose the sanctions today?
Well, we are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that that will move very quickly and that we are serious. Secondary sanctions are a very powerful tool, and we here at Treasury, this is Gene Lang, the Acting Undersecretary for Terrorism Finance, and in the Terrorism Finance Department and at OFAC, the reason we are able to use secondary sanctions is because we do not take their use lightly. So we believe that a warning shot and a level set of expectations is appropriate. And if people do not want to meet our expectations, then we expect, and they should expect, that they will leave the dollar system. Okay, thank you all.
Okay, and I do see it was a little low, and that's fine. What we're going to do is we're going to be walking this through anyways of what this means, what he's actually admitting to here. So I'm going to bring up the tweet itself. And then, we'll fix it. I'll bring the volume up in post. We always have to do that sometimes. Okay, so this is the breakdown here. So we got, whoa. Stop right there. Did the U.S. Treasury Secretary really just say this? Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? Read that again. Not some gold bug, not some doom porn account on X, not some guy sitting in a basement surrounded by silver bars. No, this is the United States Secretary of Treasury, and the context actually matters. So Bessent was explaining why Washington is giving foreign entities time to comply before unleashing secondary sanctions. His reasoning: secondary sanctions are an extraordinarily powerful tool. They must not be used lightly. Comply with Washington expectations, or in his own words, they should expect that they will leave the dollar system. Now think about what is being acknowledged here. The dollar system is simultaneously being presented as the weapon, the enforcement mechanism, and something whose disruption must be handled carefully enough that the Treasury Secretary invokes blowing up the global financial system. No, Bessent did not predict the collapse of the global financial system. That's not what he said. But when the man responsible for the world's most important reserve currency even puts those words into the conversation while discussing the weaponization of that currency's financial network, well, basically pay attention, especially when the same offensive targets, gold, digital assets, shipping, foreign financial institutions, and anyone helping Iran circumvent the dollar system. So anybody, that's who they're going after. So you can call gold a barbarous relic. You can call de-dollarization a fantasy. You can tell the world that exclusion from the dollar system is the ultimate financial punishment. But there is a question Washington may eventually have to confront. How many times can you threaten to throw people out of a club before they start building another club? And perhaps an even more uncomfortable one: what happens when the threat is aimed at someone too big to throw out without breaking some of the furniture yourself? China, well, we're looking at you. Bessent's sentence may have been rhetorical, but some sentences should make markets listen. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? Indeed, Mr. Secretary. Why did that possibility ever enter the conversation at all? All right. Jay, I know there's some more happening since this went out, but first I want to hear your thoughts on this part of the story.
Yeah, I mean, the framing of it kind of tells the whole story, right? Because the guy who made the announcement, said to everyone, hey, if I go through with this, it's going to crash everything. Like, that's literally what he said, right? I don't really want to go through with it because it will crash everything, is kind of what he also implied there. So, it's kind of, it feels like halfway between an insane threat or an empty threat. And what I think is happening right now is, if you look at the latest news that just came out, now he says that he's not going to follow. Well, he's proposing canceling the whole thing, he says, if Iran opens up the Strait of Hormuz and promises to control its proxies. However, Iran has already responded to that, saying its conditions remain the same. America must abide by the MOU that it formerly signed, which includes $300 billion in compensation for blowing shit up in their country, the complete lifting of all U.S. sanctions, and the release of all Iranian frozen assets. That's another 100 to 123 billion on top of the 300 billion that we've already promised them. And of course, ending the U.S. naval blockade, pulling out the rest of our troops from the region, and a comprehensive regional ceasefire, including Lebanon and Gaza. So Iran has essentially given us the finger and said, nah, we already told you what we need for peace. You agreed to it. Now you're trying to back out of it. And you're trying to muscle us into getting us to do what you want us to do, without actually abiding by the things you've already agreed to. So, you know, this couldn't be worse foreign policy, to be completely honest with you. And as I see the whole thing play out, I have to ask myself, is it really going to be a ground invasion, or is the theory out there that the military industrial complex is no longer in charge, and now it's the financial industrial complex that works with big tech? Are they the ones who were in charge? And is the model moving forward not going to be forever wars, but will it be peace under mass surveillance? So I don't know. It's really confusing.
Okay, so I'm looking at I think language is important when things go out officially to the world leaders. What language gets muddled when it's being reported on these fake news sites. And they always blow stuff up and not make it real. But when it's coming from so what I'm looking at is the wording of this announcement, which says the U.S. has proposed canceling, which means they're doing the thing that Bessent said we're doing, but they're also going over to Iran going, hey, do you see the thing we're doing? Do you want, we're going to keep doing this unless you don't want us to. And Iran's like, no, we're good. You can keep doing what you're doing because we're not budging, right?
Yeah.
You have to do these things that you agreed to. You signed the MOU months ago, and you have to do those things. So I'm still thinking that these phone calls. Well, let's. I want to get to the other tab. That this was the original announcement. This is for also. Let me get to this one. So this is when it was first announced. This is the breaking when Bessent announced the Operation Economic Outcast. So I guess what I'm saying, Jay, is I feel like they're doing this as they're turning to the side and going, we don't have to do this, but we are doing it, but we don't have to. But you are. So according to this breaking that happened before, the goal of this the Operation Economic Outcast was to target or is to target Iran's financial revenues. So these were the 3 points he makes. Any entity that facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran, so anybody associated with Iran, will be removed from our dollar system. Trump is, I don't know how accurate this is, but this was what was said, that Trump is on phone calls with world leaders to tell them to stop interacting with Iran, like a spoiled little kid. You better stop communicating with them, or we're going to teach you a lesson. So, and then he also says that in vague terms that the U.S. will be taking measures against China. China was mentioned in the previous post, because that's an entity you don't want to mess with. They're not going to be taking kindly to that phone call. So Jay, do you think that both can be true at the same time, or does this look like that this insane plan of economic outcast has been squashed?
I don't want to say it's definitely squashed, because at the end of the day, you also have JD Vance, right, going around saying that the world reserve currency status is actually a net negative to America. So he is promoting that we end our status as a world reserve currency. And what does this operation do? Well, it makes nations less likely to want to hold our currency as the world reserve currency because they will know that the more of their wealth they hold in dollars, the more at risk it is of being frozen anytime America wants to implement like a new foreign policy. So, we saw the same thing happen when we put all these sanctions on Russia, right? As soon as we started putting all these sanctions on Russia, that accelerated the decline of the US dollar. More people started dumping US bonds, not holding, our money because they realized that we were going against our promise. The reason we got this status in the first place, believe it or not, is because we made a promise not to use the dollar as a weapon of foreign policy. But that's exactly, like what Besant is proposing we're doing now. So I would say there's two possibilities. One possibility is they do go through with it, and they do impose these economic sanctions. There is a possibility if that happens that we go to war with Iran and put boots on the ground. Maybe it's possible that we avoid that entirely. Or we're just bluffing and we're trying to see if we can get Iran to blink to open up the Strait of Hormuz. At this point, it doesn't feel like Iran is going to just open up the Strait of Hormuz because we already agreed to the MOU. Their people are not going to let them just back out, of everything everything they got us to agree to in the MOU, and just let us off the hook like that. Like we literally killed their leader, bombed 200 schoolgirls, did all this crap. So they can't maintain face if they let us walk away. So I don't expect Iran to do that. So the question is, does Trump taco or does he go through with it? My expectation is that I lean towards him going through with it, but you never know. It is possible that he just backs out because this is going to have a dramatic short-term negative effect, on the economy, if we do that. So,
yeah. Okay. So we got a few other updates on economics here. This is another threat from Trump. We see Trump is threatening a major tariff on Mexico over bad lettuce that caused the explosive diarrhea outbreak. What?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and what I was trying to do is paint a picture of everything Trump is doing at once right now, right? And that by itself may not sound like anything, too crazy, but a lot of Americans don't realize that Mexico is actually our number one trading partner. And then after Mexico, it's Canada and then China, or maybe it's China and then Canada. I forget the actual order. But, by these next three tweets I put up, I wanted to kind of put on display to everyone that as we're talking about making all these crazy moves, with the sanctions on Iran, we're also directly starting fights with the other top two trade partners because you'll also see, that over the last few days, Canada has broken off all trade talks with us because we're supposed to be negotiating a new trade agreement with them. And I don't know if you remember this, Matt, but the last time Trump was in office, he negotiated the current trade agreement that we have with both Canada and Mexico right now. NAFTA was overturned for the USMCA, the US Mexico Canada agreement, which is the same thing as NAFTA, but with a few minor things. So, like he and what Doug Ford, the premier of Ontario, is talking about right now is he's showing that he's not bowing to Trump. He says that I have a lot of real estate on my ass and he has a lot of room to kiss my ass in response to Trump's demands, like for this trade war. And funnily enough, Matt, do you know what one of Trump's demands is for Canada in this trade war?
What's his demand?
To get rid of French in Canada as one of their national languages because I don't, for anyone who doesn't realize it, like French is actually one of the two national languages in Canada. And when American products want to be sold over in Quebec, it's mandated that they have like, labels in French too. So Trump is trying to force Canada to drop a whole language in order to
But
get a new trade deal with
But
us.
this is just the shock and awe. This is just him being reckless and not really. I don't. My instinct is he's not standing behind any of these threats. This is just him being a junkyard dog, right? Being that Joker character we know, where he just goes around and
Yeah,
just chases things.
that's
And
true.
it might be even for distraction purposes. Um,
Maybe.
but what is so the next part of this is we noticed. Um, Well, this data, I know you screen grabbed this. Let's look at this.
Yeah.
So
These are our three biggest trading partners, right? Mexico, he's threatening to, increase tariffs on them, start a trade war with them. Canada, we just seen now they've ended trade talks with Canada, at least for now. He said that we're putting 50% tariffs on all products coming from Canada. Canada's talking about replacing retaliatory tariffs on us. And then we just saw, what they are threatening to do with China too. So these are our three biggest like trading partners, right? This means it hurts American business when we can't export to those markets, and it hurts American consumers when we're not importing from these markets. And all three of those countries have major parts in our supply chain. So even when you buy something that says made in America on it, oftentimes pieces of it are assembled in one of these three countries, or some of the materials in it have come from one of these three countries. So the whole picture that I'm trying to paint for everyone is that Trump is essentially like trying to overthrow the entire financial system, like our trading partners, the what the dollar's role is in the economy right now. And he doesn't really seem to have a clear strategy as he's doing this. So it doesn't bode very well for the long-term health of our economy because even when he's gone, like this has lasting consequences. Like what happens when other countries are now looking at America and thinking about signing trade deals? Well, what if we elect someone like Trump again? They're going to have these considerations. So, it's a really bad foreign policy and trade policy, if you ask me.
yeah, and then we have and you said the reputation's important, right? Our ability to present well is we're losing that every day. So even the Federal Reserve itself, they're losing the ability to influence even just what its common use has always been to influence interest rate. They can't even do that right now. So everything about the system is coming undone. This was the one you put up next, about the Federal
Yeah,
Reserve, right? So tell us what's going on
exactly.
here.
So, despite several announcements by the US Treasury about imminent intervention, yields still won't fall. Yields are the interest rate, so the cost of borrowing debt. This includes doubling buybacks to over $4 billion per operation, and the Treasury is considering using its $950 billion general account for these purchases. So they're considering buying their own loans because nobody else wants to buy them, essentially, or at the rate that we're currently offering, I should say. So reports now state that U.S. Treasury leader Bessent will do whatever it takes to lower the yields. In addition to buybacks, this could include selling short-term debt, possible elimination of long-dated bonds, and more. Meanwhile, on Friday night, Trump even said that he could use the U.S. military to lower yields, though it's unclear exactly how he would do so. And the only thing I can think of is literally threatening to invade a country unless they buy our bonds. I don't know how else, you could use the U.S. military to lower, bond interest rates. So the reality is that the Fed cannot cut interest rates in this environment, and the Trump administration knows this because that would lead to more inflation. So direct bond market intervention is the only solution to drive interest rates and yields lower over the short run. Our view, don't fight the Treasury. So by direct bond intervention, what they mean is money printing, quantitative easing, having the Federal Reserve print more dollars to buy the bonds because the investors on the open market do not consider it to be worth it. So either way, you're going to get inflation.
You got a Bitcoin update. I don't know is this okay, here we go.
Yeah, the reason this is relevant is because, and of course, this is not financial advice, anyone. Do not make any financial moves based on what you're going to hear me say right now. But the reason I thought this is relevant is because Bitcoin has kind of been steady in the mid to low 60s for a little while, and it just popped back up at the exact same time as Trump decided to roll out these quote unquote this economic D-Day plan. Because essentially what the markets are saying is that they don't trust the American dollar in the long run, and Bitcoin is thought of as a hedge against the American dollar. And in that as a hedge as in protection. And what we're looking at right there is a chart showing that, it's gone from about 60,000 in the mid 60s last week to now actually it's peaked above 80,000.
But it's been up well above 100 before. So this isn't like some record, but you're saying it's directly correlated
exactly
with this kind of chaotic economic kind of attack he's doing with this
exactly.
That would make sense, I guess.
So what's happening is you're seeing a rotation away from people who are holding US dollars, and those investors are going into commodities like gold, Bitcoin, and other like actual assets. So the prices of things are going up. So again, not financial advice, just know that in my opinion, I do think that Bitcoin serves a purpose, even for not just for us, but also for the elites, because it allows them to self-custody their money in a way that no other asset does. So, but again, do your own research, not financial advice. There are wild swings in it. So make sure you know what you're doing if you're going to put some money in that. So
and to top it off, you have the Jim Cramer reference. Is it that every time he says something, it's the opposite? Is that
exactly?
Okay, so you guys know that's the guy. They for some reason they keep him employed, but he's the guy that whatever he says, the opposite happens. So that's funny. Okay.
Exactly. Right. About a month ago, Jim Cramer said he was selling all his Bitcoin, time to get out because it's completely dead. And a month later, now it pops up. So thanks,
awesome.
Cramer. Thanks, Cramer.
Thanks, Cramer. All right. Okay, guys, there's your economic update. I think we're ready for the next one. I'm just gonna set this. I think we're gonna do World War III. Watch the Ukraine segment, which it was the only one, other than the one we just did, the only one I didn't have a full time to. So I'm gonna have you guide this one as well. But we do have some absolutely some important updates here. It's worth it justifies the opening. So let's hey, do you want to open this one, man? I'm gonna have you do it, man. You're gonna guide it. All right.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
You're gonna lead it. I'm gonna put the World War III, and then I'll guide it. You just tell me which ones to put up on this. But this is our Ukraine update. It's definitely qualifies as a World War III. So here we go.
All right, everyone. You know what time it is. there's been rumors, there's been news stories, there's been headlines. Some people don't know when World War III is going to start. Is it going to start yesterday, today, tomorrow? You know what? A lot of people would say it's already started. And I feel like that's where we're at right now. What do you think, Matt?
Oh yeah, it's been going, man. Everything's going to be retroactive in the history books. It doesn't matter who's going to be controlling those history books, really. But that's why we're here to give you guys, the heads up in advance of what to expect as they reframe this insane time we're living through. But yeah, definitely. We'll put up the first one here because we have the special envoy. You guys know General Keith Kellogg, who we knew this guy was this POS we've known from the entire time he's been on this Trump team pushing this Ukraine proxy war. Let me grab that first one. Here we go.
Yeah, this is truly shocking, to be honest with you. Like, the fact that they're at this point right now just tells you how desperate it is. So,
okay, just got to get the right one. Okay, here we go. So, yes, this is there he is, Kellogg. He's pushing the Ukraine to start conscripting women, which means, what does that mean? When NATO is running out of Ukrainian men, so they have to go after the women. Yes, they do. Here he is.
Пане генерале, скажіть, будь ласка, мобілізація жінок в Україні, чи потрібна вона?
Okay, hold on. We got to read this one. Can you see that? I'll back it up. So, okay. So she said American elections, we don't comment on Ukrainians. Mr. General, please tell me, is the mobilization of women in Ukraine necessary? What do you think? Because now this issue is being raised because they're comparing Ukraine with Israel. But the demographics are different there, and the scale of war is different there. Well, my daughter was a soldier, graduated from the U.S. Military Academy, and fought in Afghanistan. So do I believe that women should be mobilized into the army? My answer, yes. Because they fight no worse than men. Okay, hold on. They fight because they're going to get killed in just the same rate that all the men are getting killed. So it really doesn't matter to me. And by the way, my daughter's going to be safe at home. So I'm just using that as an example to personalize this, to fool you guys into thinking that I give a shit about any Ukrainian, because I never did. That's not just me, but obviously John McCain and Lindsey Graham rest their souls in hell as I'm telling you about this. So it's very important. He's saying it's very important that women, as part of society, go into service. So on both a personal and professional level, I don't see a problem with this at all. My wife was a paratrooper, a parachute jumper. My daughter was a paratrooper. She jumped with a parachute. My ex-wife fought in Grenada, and my daughter fought in Afghanistan. So this question was, and they say, a bit of a no-brainer because you kind of knew my story. So the answer is yes. The way that's what my daughter comes to Ukraine so often. She is fearless. Well, she's fearless because she gets special super duper protection for sure. But this is the reason this was a no-brainer, Jay. The reason this is a no-brainer is because this was always the plan, to go down to the last Ukrainian, right?
You took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly the quote that came to my mind, right? Like, Lindsey Graham didn't say till the last Ukrainian man. He said he wants to continue this war until the very last Ukrainian. So that includes women, that includes children. I guess that includes all the trans people too, because he's very progressive. We're very progressive here in America. So we can throw anyone into war. And I'm so glad he brought up those examples because let's compare Grenada, a small island in the Caribbean with a population of about 80,000 people, to Afghanistan, to Russia. Something seems a little bit different, right, about that last opponent. compared to the first two. So when he talks about the bravery of his daughter or of his wife fighting in Grenada, that is absolutely hilarious because I don't even know if Grenada has an army. And if they do, they don't have a single tank. They don't maybe they got one helicopter. They don't have an air force. Like they what are you talking about? They have
Yeah.
to buy all of their guns from America. So it's hilarious to even compare those two things, right? And like it's so sad, like watching how easily he says it. And
Yeah.
no one asked the question, well, why is it that you want to now conscript Ukrainian women? Why not continue getting the Ukrainian men? Don't you think that would have been a good follow-up question? Now we know, Matt,
We know
but the
why.
mainstream media doesn't acknowledge that Russia has killed off a large percentage of military age men during this war because so they won't even touch that. They just like let it roll off the tongue like it's nothing. Like it's just progressive. That's all. No other reason other than trying to be progressive. Trying to be
I'm telling
progressive. That's it.
I'm telling you because we know and our audience knows the real story behind the proxy war, and this entire like plan was to use them as all as cannon fodder. The whole thing.
Mhm.
So when we see a headline like this, and I saw because Garland Nixon has shared this out, and he was putting this on all his socials. It was awesome. I think I shared it on Facebook, but I just had to go back to it because this to us I mean I'm speaking for our all of our people. I'm saying this looks like total satire. How the
Yep.
Telegraph putting this out as if they're saying something about girl power.
Yay, feminism.
This is disgusting. Everyone, just the idea. It shows what they're capable of. It shows that women are capable of being used as cannon fodder as well, and they're also capable of trying to hold on to dear life as they're getting ripped out of vans. Because up to now, it's only been the men ripped out of their families, of their houses, and the women's been crying, saying, "Bring me back my husband." Now, yes, it's the Telegraph is telling us women are also capable of being ripped out of their houses while their kids yell and scream, "Bring me back my mommy." That's what they're saying here. It's absolutely disgusting. Is what I'm saying. So,
Yeah, agreed. And I guess yay feminism. Like I guess that is the moral of this story. So, it just shows you like I just got to make that point one more time how dishonest like the mainstream media is, right? Because they're still running with the narrative that it's either a stalemate or Ukraine is winning. But they're not asking like just ask the question.
Yeah.
Why are you resorting to conscripting Ukrainian women? Why not conscript Ukrainian men? But they won't ask that.
the timing is the most important part of it, because if you cared about women's equal rights, you would have had this headline back in 2022 when it first started. So you're so the honest follow-up, even if you think Putin is trying to take over the world, and even if you think that Ukraine had no choice but to go into this, and we had no choice, we had to fund the whole damn thing. Even if you believe that, that would be the logical follow-up question. Why now? And nobody's asking that. And the reason it's why now is because they're out of men. And we told you they were going to run out. Lindsey Graham told you they were going to run out. That's the point. And this is why we've been against this shit the whole time. So the next part of this is Donald Trump and his keeps making shit up about the funding of this operation. Let's take a look at this one. Do we have it? Yes, here we go. And there's a clip under this. Yeah, he's gonna say we're actually making money on this. Yeah, right. And he promised to end this war, right? And now he's talking about a profit for the thing that he said. What did he say, Jay? He was gonna do this in 24 hours. Is that right? So I guess
24 hours.
I guess we're still in day one here, but here he is justifying that we're making money off of this thing. Yeah, right.
We're not spending any money on the war. The war is being funded by NATO. NATO is buying our equipment. In fact, we're money on that war. I don't want to, but we are actually making money on that war because they're buying our equipment, as you know. But we're not
Oh
spending.
my God.
Now, who's the biggest funder of NATO? Do you happen to remember who that is, man? It's slipping my mind right now. Do you know who the
I
biggest funder of NATO is? Is it
if
America?
I think it might be
It,
us.
it might be,
I
right?
think
Kind of
yeah.
sounds like circular logic there, right? It's something like that. But anyway, like so, and when he says it's we are making money, right? Matt, how much of the defense contractors do you own? Do you own a lot of stock in Raytheon?
No. But that's what he's talking about. The people making money are the investors. The people making money are the CEOs and shareholders. The people making money are the politicians that took their middleman kickback finder's fees, which they're all finder fee people, right?
Yeah,
These are all people that they brought the money over so they get their fee. So we didn't get a
you're
fee.
right.
We didn't get shit. So he
That's
says
true.
we, he doesn't mean us, he means the donor class. That's what he means. So so in a
So,
sense, he's actually telling the truth here, but not about us, about the donor class.
well, the question he was asked is why is America spending so much money
Yeah.
on fighting this war against Ukraine? He's like, oh, we are making money off it, but he didn't clarify who the we was. And you're
Yeah.
right, Matt. But it's like, for him to say that after being the candidate of No More Forever Wars, like if you're still in MAGA, like what promise has he kept that that you're still holding on to? At this point, I honestly have no idea because he hasn't kept a single promise he made to his base during the election.
Well, I think honestly, I do think the ICE raids were part of his promise going out. He did
Here's the thing.
he actually over delivered because he said we're gonna get the illegals, and then he ended up getting anybody that they wanted to get. So he over promised that, over delivered
But
that one.
you know what he said he was going to do? He was going to get rid of the violent illegals. That's the
Yes,
key
yes,
word, right? And
yes.
the people
So
he's
yes,
been deporting, it's like less than 20% of them have
yes,
any criminal history
yeah,
because it's harder to find people who were criminals because they're not registered
yeah.
and you don't have an address on file for them. So, like at the end of the
Well,
day, he hasn't even delivered on that. Like, yes, a certain demographic of conservatives want all illegal immigrants gone, but they mostly wanted the violent ones gone. And Trump hasn't deported nearly any of them. In fact, like there are links between the CIA and Tren de Aragua, which is the big group that he was doing the most fear mongering about, right? So, and we've covered this
Well,
plenty
yeah,
of times.
that's
Like we know that,
obviously
yeah,
the gangs we're going to get back into. We're going to send them to
yeah,
the super prisons in El Salvador and
yeah,
Venezuela. We're going to give you your gangsters back, even though the CIA cooperated with Venezuela together. So we know that. Yeah, it's all one
of
big
course.
scheme. But
I mean,
like that, the point is that's all bait and switching, right? It's the
yeah,
campaign promise, and then you do the
mhm,
opposite, but you still present that you did the thing because he calls it an over delivery of the
that's
promise
true.
when we see it what it actually is, which is a bait and switch, which he did on everything. And so if you're still
Very
a
true.
Trumper for life, you're going to go with the under promise over delivers mentality, and you're going to believe that. You're going to believe, oh, he did more than he said, and you're going to think that about this clip too. You're going to think that Trump over delivered on Ukraine because he was going to stop at 24 hours. But this is better. We're making money now. So you see,
Hmm.
that's how you maneuver that shit because that's when you hero worship and you're in that tribe. That's what happens. And the Democrats do the same shit every time Kamala,
Hmm.
Biden, or anybody else does a little switcheroo and then
Hmm.
says, "Oh, we did it better than we thought." No, you baited and switched people and did the opposite. So they both, anyways. But we know how that shit works.
Yeah.
Uh, let let's
It-
this next part. This looks important. Russia is, according to Bricks News, Russia threatens to attack British factories producing drones for Ukraine. That makes sense to me. We guess we saw this coming. Are they actually doing the attack? They're just saying we're going to.
They're just, threatening it right now. They're saying if this continues forever, like, eventually this option is on the table. So they're not saying that like Russia usually does follow through. Like when it announces it's going to do something, it hasn't officially announced that yet, but it's putting it on the table in a way that it simply hasn't done before. So taken in context, I really think this is something we need to pay attention to, because if the UK gets attacked, that is America's supposedly number one ally, and it's hard for me to imagine that unless the UK immediately backed off, and said, "Never mind, we're good, we're out," then America would be obliged to go in and defend the UK, and then that would be the official start of a hot confrontation between America and, I'm sorry, NATO overall and Russia, which quite possibly could lead to a nuclear war because we don't have munitions, right? So what can we really fight Russia with if we're out of missiles? And if our strategy right now is to sanction China for dealing with Iran, and China supplies us the rare earth minerals to build these munitions, so we cannot build our munitions without China. Like, what's the path to victory there? What can we do other than drop nukes? Like, if a hot war does jump off with Russia. And again, I don't want to see that happen. I pray to God it doesn't happen. And maybe they're just going to send troops over there to go fight on the front lines and die. But it's like we don't even have missiles to defend the troops when we put them over there. It's like you're sending someone in with knives to a fight with AKs.
Yeah. And then we have, speaking of putting people on notice, because it looks like Iran has put UK on notice.
And, and this is older. I just wanted to make sure I brought up the context, right? Because the UK is the country that's being singled out in Europe because they're our number one proxy. Anything we do, the UK is backing it up like 100%. With the attacks on Iran, we use their bases. We refuel over there. We use their bases more than any other base. Like, it's not just the ones in the UK. The UK also has a base on Cyprus, which is an island in the Mediterranean we've been using. They have a base over in Mauritius on the Chagos Island, and then several in the Middle East. So out of all the countries in Europe, the UK has been the most aggressive towards Iran. So, people who are not paying attention in the UK really should start paying attention, like right now, because, like, UK couldn't beat Iran by itself at this point. Definitely can't beat Russia. So, and with the state of our military in America, we're not going to be much help either. So,
and then this
and
from
the, and they're a lot closer to both of those countries than we are. So they're right in the line of fire.
This one from DD Geopolitics. Let's see.
Yeah, and this is just an update pretty much on how that Ukrainian war is going. Well, the NATO proxy war against Russia, I should say, how that's going, right? Because for those who don't know, Ukraine is now effectively a landlocked country because Russia, in response to the Ukraine backing out of the grain deal, and shooting at Russian merchant ships, Russia has now doubled up, has now called their bluff and doubled up on it. And now they are stopping any ships from coming in and out of Ukraine. So, due to a Russian drone attack, the border crossing point between Ukraine and Moldova has been closed. Now, that is one of the ways the West was getting weapons into Ukraine. So traffic across the border at this section has been suspended, and there is a fire. This is on the roads right now. And I skipped one part. In addition to the landlocked aspect of it, Russia has also been targeting some of their railroad tracks. So essentially, all the ways Ukraine can bring weapons into the country are being targeted by Russia right now. So previously, Russia had begun systematically targeting border crossing points on the border between Ukraine and Moldova, which could further complicate international trade following the blockade of Black Sea ports. And then, you're seeing a fire right there. So,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah. So long story short, in addition to stopping the weapons flow, they're also trying to stop Ukraine's ability to export and make money because that's part of what's financing, Ukraine. So this now means the only way that Ukraine can continue to even function is if the West continues to donate more and more money. And notice I use that word donate
Don't
because even
donate.
even though they're calling these things loans,
No. No.
it's
No.
a donation.
Zelensky's told us that a few times. He goes, hey, I'm not giving that back. I ain't
Mhm.
giving you that money back. And we're like,
He said he
oh,
said he said he'll pay it back after Russia pays them reparations. Good luck with that.
oh yeah. Good luck with that one.
Yeah.
And now we have okay, this next one. This is Iran saying we have no reason to believe. Is this the right? Wait, am I doing? Or did you want to put up this other one first? I'm sorry, because I have this this one that you screen grabbed. Tell us
Yeah,
about
I
this.
pretty much summarized
Oh,
that.
you did this.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that
I
was the
did that
summary.
already.
That was it. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
got it.
So
Got it.
so
Okay.
yeah. So pretty much this next one is just a little update on the Mecca Defense Treaty that we had spoken about like I believe it was either the last episode or the episode before that, but we spoke about a new agreement between Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan to be they're calling it the Sunni NATO, right? And one of my comments on it was, well, Saudi Arabia already has a defense pact with Pakistan, and they haven't jumped in even for Yemen. They didn't jump in, as Iran and them were trading blows. And Turkey actually has some common interest, with Iran because they both have Turkish uprisings. So this is Iran. So I was always wondering what the point of that Mecca Defense Treaty is. So, here's Iran's perspective. The U.S. economic warfare won't force Iran to surrender. Bakay vows sanctions response says Tehran is open to Mecca Pact security talks. So, quote, we have no reason to believe that the pact, the treaty I just mentioned, in which 3 Islamic countries and 2 neighboring Muslim countries are members, is targeted against Iranians, he added. And so that leads to the next question. Well, who could this pact possibly be targeted towards? Well, who's the other country that has recently threatened to attack Turkey and has a picture of the Middle East owned entirely by one small country on its military uniforms? So would you have, is it Jordan? Is it Egypt? Do you know who I'm talking about, Matt?
I don't know. Is there are they our bestie bests? I don't know.
Yeah.
Our BFFs. Let's
Our
see.
BFFs, the
Let's see
one
if
and
it's
only.
let's see if it's our BFFs, because we have. This was the net. Yeah, the escalation of by
Yeah.
our best friends on the entire planet.
Yeah. So, Sarah from DD Geopolitics gives a great perspective here, right? Because on the one hand, they're talking about signing this treaty because they understand how unpopular Israel is amongst its populations, right? But if there's one thing our American leaders over here have taught us, it's that the people leading the country are very quick to sell out the interests of the people in the country and go against what we want, but they'll pretend like they're giving us what we want in the meantime. So, is this defense treaty, a way for them to placate their crowds? I don't know. Well, we've heard the headlines about how Erdogan has now put out an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. He's calling Israel a genocidal state. So, is there action behind his words? Well, let's see. So Turkey talks tough as ships continue sailing from Turkish ports to Israel. As Israelis escalate their rhetoric against Turkey and Erdogan threatens to launch a new international campaign against Netanyahu, describing his as quote unquote the main enemy of Turkey and humanity. Commercial vessels continue sailing directly from Turkish ports to Israel. Ship tracking shows Medcon LTF departed Ambarli for Ashdod on August 18th, while the Admiral Star departed for Iskenderun for Haifa on August 20th. And both of those dates come after, the Erdogan, who's the president of Turkey, put out an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. So Turkey officially suspended trade with Israel back in 2024, but traffic between Turkish and Israeli ports clearly continues. So they say one thing publicly, but behind the scenes, they're still trading with Israel, and most of Israel's oil, or a good chunk of it apparently, actually comes directly from Turkey too. So
Interesting. Okay.
yeah. So it's a complicated situation. So, the question is, would Iran join something like this when there's a good chance it's just for show? Or, would they join it because maybe it really is the start of a new regional security operation? And taking everything in context, I had dismissed the theory from Simon Dixon, which I mentioned a little bit earlier in the show, about possibly the military industrial complex taking a back seat. He believes that, we're not going to get a ground invasion of Iran, and the forever wars are going to come to an end because a lot of the financial industrial complex and big tech is being financed from and built in the Middle East. So he believes that those two interests, big finance and big tech, want peace to an extent in the Middle East, and they believe Israel will be contained to a regional power. I'm not quite there yet, but when I see the Mecca Treaty, expanding, when I see, Scott Bessent announce this plan that will lead to de-dollarization, you can kind of see how that's also a possibility. So I don't know which way I fall on that. I'm just letting the viewers know that there are several paths to world domination. One could be through war, one could be through the surveillance state. And if we blow up everything and go to war, it's a lot harder to build and maintain the big tech tools that are needed to do mass surveillance. Because in a war, what happens, Matt? Data centers might get attacked. Oil might be hard to get sent to the data centers, and they need energy to be able to run those, right? So
Well,
I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm just telling you all the possibilities.
Yeah. Well, that's the World War III watch. I guess it's already started. I'm sure pretty much it feels like it's already started. Okay.
Yep.
With that, we'll get on to the next one. We're ready on this. This is the artificial. We have some big artificial insanity stories to get to here. So why don't I just go ahead and put we got get one super chat up right now. There's some other ones here, but we'll get to them later, guys. I just wanted to shout out Citizen. I know he's been on this. Citizen, I know you've been on the Dan Blazarian kick, and I do agree. He should flex his presidential muscle by rallying Americans to pull Albania to reject 219. It'll reinstate fear of God on APAC traders. Yeah, the 219 still in motion here, and I don't see too many people showing that urgency right now that we know that they're going to. Is it the Senate was going to reconvene, and because the House voted it through? I'm trying to remember where we are on that, but that ultimately that 219 is probably in one way, shape, or form going to go through at some point. And who in Congress is challenging that right now? Like besides, Massey, he's got what, a month left, and he's done.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? You're seeing like Democrats now gain traction for being straight up anti-Israel, right? We spoke about Angie Nixon recently. We've also covered El Sayed. Now, El Sayed just happened to taken endorsement from the lady, who was second in command during the genocide, right? But, at the end of the day, what they're campaigning on is a strictly anti-Israel message. So it shows you that maybe, not maybe, like they have lost the narrative, right? They're no longer popular, and now everyone is trying to distance themselves from Israel as much as possible. So that's another reason why, I do think eventually, it'll come to an end and there will be a rug pull. But that's why I try to focus not only on Israel, but the people pulling the strings above them, because they'll have another plan after that. So,
Absolutely. All right, we'll get on to the next one here, but I want to say what's up to Deep Green on Rumble today. We actually met Deep Green, me and Leslie did out in Chicago. He was there with
nice.
with the Caleb Moppin, so it's good to be out there with you, man. And hey, Matt and Jay, loving the analysis. Very cool. I know it's good. Hey, I like seeing back and forth. You guys can multitask. We have people that will have you'll have a YouTube up and a Rumble up at the same time. That's cool. That helps us out. Gets a little
Yep.
You get double the engagement, right? If everybody on Rumble and on YouTube put up both two different screens, that doubles our impact. Just so you guys know. You don't I know if you're on the go and it's on your phone, I get it. But if you happen to have your desktop, or it's easy, just do a second screen. It helps us out. Just throwing it out there, because I know Deep Green, you've been awesome, and we've seen you on both platforms. So just wanted to say thanks.
Appreciate that, D Green. You guys can hold one in each ear. YouTube on the right, Rumble on the left, and
Hell
then
yeah.
you'll really remember everything. It'll
Yeah.
sink in a little better.
It's
So
stereo. It's surround sound, really. If
there
you
you
think
go.
about it. Yeah, it's coming from two different
Exactly.
sources. So
Exactly.
with that, let's get on to artificial insanity. Here we go.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things,
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
It's artificial insanity, and as Elon Musk said, what did he say? It's Jesus. We're doing Jesus-like things, guys. We're doing Jesus-like things here. So never mind all the surveillance state and the digital IDs and the tracking and tracing and the compromising of your First Amendment and the privacy and all that stuff. Never mind the destroying of your environments, right? Destroying of your neighborhoods, really, and destroying of everything. I don't mind any of that. We're making your life better, more convenient. Come on, guys. It's all for your own good. It's all for your own safety. And it's Jesus-like, really, when you think about it. With that, let's check in with the Flock CEO. This guy had a little bit of time to reassess his branding, right? His branding hasn't looked too good lately. Obviously, he got caught saying some, not caught, but I think he got himself. He talked his way into a corner before, calling the what the D-Flock called them a bunch of terrorists. He said they're not, they're anti-American. He got into some shit for that. Well, let's see how he did on his latest appearance on Fox News, because Fox News, of course, wants to give the guy a chance to just make your case, man. Sell it to the audience, sell it to the viewers. Why is this safety, why is it that the safety is important, and it's to sacrifice your privacy? Why is safety more important than privacy? Tell us. We want to know.
My privacy, my family values their privacy, my employees value their privacy, but what we're talking about is safety as well. And so I think when people talk about just one of these, privacy or safety, they're prioritizing the wrong thing. And what we have to prioritize as a country is compromise. How do we have our safety, and how do we balance privacy? And so when I think about legislation that calls for an outright ban, that's like banning vehicles. That would never have made sense. Instead, what we did is we introduced laws against drunk driving. We introduced laws around seatbelts, laws around airbags.
Whenever they want to take away our freedoms, it's always about for our safety. And this technology extends far beyond license plate readers at this point. Flock Safety is putting up cameras in parks, on trails, and playgrounds. And these are AI cameras that track people, no longer just license plate readers. This is about the mass surveillance network being established in America, and nobody's falling for it. If we look at the comments here, they will always use safety as an excuse when they want to infringe on your privacy. Rip them down. Never give up liberty for the sake of safety. Benjamin Franklin said, those who give up liberty for safety deserve neither. So everyone agrees that this is the wrong move. We do not want to give up our privacy for the sake of safety is what we did with COVID, and it was a wrong move.
So yeah, looks like he struck out again, or I guess you could say strike two. I wonder if he's going to try a third one, but no, people are not going for this, Jay. I mean, come on, like compromise what? When have we ever been about compromising our rights? That makes no sense to me. Who is his publicist, man? This is or the like who's doing damage control for this? We don't compromise our privacy and our actual safety, and you don't tell us it's for our safety when you're taking away our rights. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I'm surprised, considering he was on Fox News, he didn't say, well, how do you think we're going to get rid of the illegal immigrants? You know, we got to catch them with the flock cameras. And then he could go to CNN and say, hey, you remember how those unvaccinated people thought they could just walk outside like during the middle of a pandemic? Well, with these cameras, we can watch them wherever they go, and we can send Dr. Fauci with a vaccine straight up to them and catch them in the supermarket, right? So, you know, like, I guess, like, he's going to need to find more ways to pitch that because people aren't buying it right now. And, you know, like, the sad thing is, though, you know, as times, if we are heading for harder economic times, right, and the crime rate does start increasing a little bit, which is entirely possible, you have to ask, you know, are segments of the population going to start supporting this a little bit more once they get scared? Because if there's one thing we've seen in America, you know, people don't really like talking about the root causes of crime. A lot of the time, they just focus on how to punish the crime, you know, and how to stop it in its tracks. So, you know, I do worry about whether or not, you know, they're going to find ways to get the public more on board as we go forward. But right now, the people are not having it.
Well, the next thing we got is a clip of him mocking. So he didn't do this. Might be his third strike, Jay, because we got a clip of him mocking people who show up to city council meetings. And you guys know we promote this on our show a lot. We say get involved. Go to if you have a data center that's being built in your area, like go to this, do the meeting, go speak up, because we've seen at least 72 of these things have been shut down, or the ones that have been you know, the plans have been delayed, which is good. If you can even just delay the building of a data center, you're doing something. That's because of people going to these meetings. That's what this is about. But what he's going to do is mock people who show up to these things, because his logic is this, and this is how we know this guy doesn't know how politics works. He doesn't know how things work, because he thinks once you elect people in power, you should just let them do their job, because their job's to work for you, and you don't have to check in on them and do anything, because you're just wasting your time. They're already out there to do the job that you elected them for. So stop wasting your time protesting their inability to do the job. So here he is.
Come to agree with is this notion of a horseshoe mentality, and that it's just a very, very small number of people, like incredibly small. They tend to be really loud. Because like Logan, I imagine you've never been to a city council meeting.
I never have.
And I imagine you never will, because generally, I hope you vote. You should vote.
Yes.
And then you trust that the system works. That like the person you voted for generally has aligned views, and like they're going to go do the hard work because that's what you elect them to do.
I had to pick between podcasting and city council meetings, and I picked podcasting. So
I think you made a good choice.
Yeah.
And so I think last year we went.
I mean, I guess they attached another clip. I just wanted to pause there just to get the man. They're what?
So his case is that, hey, politicians are doing a great job. Just let them do the great job that they've been doing. Like, all you got to do is look at one poll and see how much the American people approve of Congress right now, right? Like, are they in the single digits yet? If they're not in the single digits, they're pretty close to it. You're talking about a tiny sliver of the population that trusts what their government is doing. He wants to talk about the number of people who show up to city council meetings. You know, like, it's about the same, or maybe a little bit more, who trust what the government's doing. So
when you're in a position with such power and access and money at your disposal, you tend to it's not that you're dumb and don't know how, and I kind of alluded to the fact he doesn't know how politics works. He doesn't need to know how politics works because it doesn't concern him. So what he's doing is he's lying about American citizens and their duty to manage the people they voted for, because that's how politics actually works. We are the boss. So this would be the equivalent of telling your the manager of your company, you don't have to manage. We already hired the people, let them work all day, and just trust that they did their job. You don't actually have to go around and check in on them. That's what he's saying. That the people who voted people in to do their freaking jobs, you don't have to check in on them. Go home, grab a mic, start a podcast, do it about pop culture and have fun with, whatever you want to talk about, but don't worry about them. You already hired them. They're going to do their job. They don't need managing. So he doesn't know how it works, or it doesn't really concern him because he doesn't give a shit because he's way up here, not having to deal with any of that. So that's where I wanted to set straight here.
Yeah, I mean, also, they're not even doing the job that they got voted on to do, right?
Yes,
because
exactly.
It's not like any of these people put into their campaign, we're going to build a surveillance dystopia and put cameras up everywhere to, surveil you. Like, none of them had that as part of their campaign. So if you hire someone to sell cars and they use the time that they should be selling cars to make music, or start a podcast or something like that, right? Then you're probably going to ask some questions about, well, is this person doing the job right? Is there any way I can hold him more accountable? I kind of want him to get back to selling cars a little bit. Like, we have bigger problems in the country than not enough surveillance. And the politicians are not doing a great job addressing those. So excuse me, Mr. Flock, CEO, if I have some questions about the job that they're doing.
Wow.
And then of course, the last point, let's not forget that, like, whoever wins an election, you have a large number of people that didn't go to the election who were affected by these policies, and a large number of people who voted for the other side. So if you're part of that crowd and you never voted for the person who won, you're not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to do anything. You just got to sit there and take it. And that's his logic, I guess. So
it makes no sense. And this is literally like the people in power are destroying the company or country, and we're not allowed to check in and go to a council meeting and say, you guys you're not doing the job, get the hell out, or we demand justice. We demand, that you do the thing you're supposed to do. So anyways, that's obviously wrong. This guy is awful. Back to the business at hand. So we talk about that it is effective to go to these council meetings. It is effective to get flock out of neighborhoods. I mentioned the number. We did see about 72 of them being halted or postponed, and there have been different counties around the country that have removed flock from the system, and those have been wins. The problem is, Jay, and we've mentioned this on the show before, and people have to understand, just because a particular city or county gets rid of flock doesn't mean they're not swapping it out with another system.
Exactly.
The system we've mentioned, it's called Axon. There's another one. Motorola is also doing it. So you got 3 of these competing companies. Axon is picking up some steam. So here's what's happened. So Knoxville police in Tennessee, what they've done, so that they've swapped out the flock cameras, and it was probably because of the public pressure. They swapped out flock. So they said, okay, guys, we hear you. No more flock. We're going to get rid of it. But they brought in Axon. And now they're telling the public, don't worry. We listened. You guys spoke up. We listened. We responded. And now you can trust Axon, because Axon is what? Safe and effective. I'm not even kidding. Here we go.
You say to ease people's minds about these?
I can speak for the Knoxville Police Department, and I can speak for our commitment as an agency to use this technology the right way. Our commitment to building, again, strong policies that ensure that the technology is used the way it was intended to be used, and that we are committed absolutely to being transparent with how we're using that technology. Just talking about LPRs is, again, circling back to this, is it is one of the most impactful investigative tools that have come into policing in decades. And so I want people just to really hope that people will take the time to understand how their police department is using LPRs, the policies that we have in place, and how we deal with these situations, whether it has to do with LPRs or anything else, when there might be anything that's outside of policy. And so that's what I would say when you're looking at technology, the RTIC. We're an open book. We've got nothing to hide. And we want the community to understand what technology we're using and how we're using it.
Wow. I cannot believe this could possibly be working. I mean, I would obviously, the follow-up question to this idiot is what is Tennessee police doing that no other police in the country are doing? Because nobody else, no other department can be trusted. And he give example. What are you doing? Why is Axon so? Show me exactly why you're so unique, because it ain't working anywhere else. And so but that's the point, right? Just because they switched it out, he thinks he has a fresh face, right? We're just bringing another, just another head of the operation. It's Axon. So let's find out about Axon a little more. And the best way to do that is ask Grok. Let's see what happens. So Mandy Arthur asks Grok, hey Grok, did Flock Alternative Axon recently acquire Carbine, formerly Reporty, an Israeli emergency response firm with geolocation and video features for $625 million? Did Carbine receive early funding linked to Uad Barak with Jeffrey Epstein's involvement? Oh, another question. Is Donald Trump invested in Axon? Well, take it away, Grok. You got quite a load here to cover here. Three big questions. First one, yes. Axon announced in November 2025 it would acquire Carbine, and an Israeli-American emergency response firm offering geolocation and live video features for $600. Wow, she pretty much nailed that first one. Deal closed in February of 2006 or 2026. And the second question, yes, in 2015, early funding came through a vehicle set up by then Chairman Barak and included roughly $1 million from Epstein's Southern Trust. Holy crap. And of course, make it a three-peat yes. Trump's 2026 financial disclosures show a purchase of $125 million in Axon stock on February 10th, 2026, just in time for Axon to be ready to switch out some of these Flock systems. Interesting timing there. Grok, I don't know, man. You're not. I don't think you did a good job here. That was way too honest. So we're gonna have to send you back to the wall. You go. Get your mind right, Grok. Come on, Grok. What are you doing? That's not appropriate, man. Not on Axe, dude.
Go kiss the wall, Grok, and remember who you work for. Okay, yeah. Remember who you work for. But no, seriously, right? You know, it kind of reminds you of like the same thing we see again and again, right? Nancy Pelosi is bad. How about AOC? You know, like Barack Obama's bad, or Barack Obama didn't deliver. Oh, let's try Joe Biden. Like, you just switch out the person who failed and who has a bad name now, and you try to replace them with someone else who people don't know about, you know. But at the end of the day, they're doing the exact same thing. In fact, this one is worse because from what I remember, Axon is built into like street lamps. So you don't need like, and traffic lights. So you don't need to put up separate fixtures that can actually be cut down, right? So if you want to get rid of the Axon cameras, instead of doing it like Flock, where you have to go cut down the whole pole, you have to cut down an entire traffic light, you know, to get rid of the Axon cameras and all that. So they're doing it in another way that makes it a lot more difficult to fight back against. And then, you know, just think about that, right? For anyone watching that, you know, who didn't understand what was said just now, yes, that means that when you called 911, Jeffrey Epstein's fund knew where you were calling from. So if your child just got abducted and you needed some help because you don't want your child to get kidnapped by child traffickers, the people you're calling for help you're calling them on a line that the child sex traffickers have complete access to. And now that company gets bought by the company that is putting up cameras everywhere, the same company that Donald Trump is invested in. So if we look at the batting average of, say, someone like Nancy Pelosi, right, who does far better than all the hedge fund managers, and you compare that to the batting average of Trump, Trump's batting average is going to be even more because he has more power than Nancy Pelosi. So anything that Trump invests in, he instantly gives out government contracts and deals to as soon as he invests in it. So, this is a bad sign, long story short.
Yeah. And I liked your comparison on the candidates that the political leaders themselves, because it's not, and let's be clear on this, it's not because one got worn down, so quick, build another model, bring them in. It's not that Flock's got some bad PR, let's bring in Axon. You deliberately set it up because you count on that transitional moment. Yeah. This is the celebrational moment. This is the one we always have to be careful about. And we tell our lefty liberal friends here in Hollywood all the time, stop celebrating because one mean old Republican got knocked out. You just brought in another person that is doing the exact same policy, and you said you cared about Palestine, but guess what? You just voted in another Zionist asshole. So the point is, they count on people celebrating the win. And so I don't want us to sound like we're saying we're saying out of principle, show up to your city council meeting. Don't not go. Like, go. Do the thing you're supposed to do, but don't celebrate just because you heard from your police chief or governor said, you know what, we're going to make it's time to make a change. The people have spoken. We're going to switch. We're getting rid of Flock. And this next one, this one's going to work for you guys. So don't take that as a win. That just means you bumped them a little bit, but you have to get rid of all of it if you want to really celebrate. And that's the real battle. It's tough.
Yeah, what I would say is you got to look at the systemic cause, right? So the actual root of this problem is the fact that number one, our faces and our data, is being accessed by the government and by government contractors without our knowledge, and we have no control over how our data is shared and accessed, right? So, this is why I keep telling people, yes, of course, fight Axon, fight Flock in the short term, but also we do need to consider if there is a better way for us to actually gain control, over our data, right? Because these cameras would not be nearly as dangerous if the government could not use it to target political dissidents who haven't broken the law. And if we put the right protections, in place, then it'll be next to impossible for them to abuse it in that way. So that's why I encourage everyone to look into something called decentralized digital ID, where you have control over how your information is shared. And then this way, because you just kind of pointed it out, right? No matter how much we try to fight it, it does kind of feel like they're going to find ways to put cameras up, right? So we have to ask ourselves, is there a way to protect ourselves if these cameras do eventually go up? And my opinion is the answer to that question is yes. If we have a decentralized digital ID and the government and police cannot just arbitrarily access our stuff, then, then we're kind of knocking out all the damage that these tools can do, or the majority of it. So I would encourage people to think about that too.
Yeah. Well, here is an example of a senator who is 100% pro surveillance state, pro Flock, pro data center, pro everything. And she shows you how it's always rules for thee, not for me, or rules for what is it? Rules for thee, not for me.
Yep, rules for thee, not for me.
Not for me. And here's a perfect example where her name is Darlene Graham, and she gets kind of recorded in a I guess this is a public place, and she gets triggered about having a camera on. Wait for it, a camera on without her consent to be filmed. Interesting, huh?
Lindsey Graham's
recording
sister.
this? Yes, because I mean it's a political event. There's always phones recording. So you're a politician, you know the drill.
It kind of does bother me that you're recording me. I'm gonna be honest without my phone.
You run all the time.
I am honest, but I just don't
Yeah.
think that's being honest. So that's just
Yeah, it is. It's South Carolina law. You're allowed to go in and record.
All right. Well, thank you.
And to be clear, she just took this spot from her husband, and she doesn't know what the F she's doing, but that's on her agenda, is all of the surveillance state. And I don't know if other senators and congressmen are getting stopped for this. It's a great thing to post and show the hypocrisy that is built into this elite class mindset. That, hey, I didn't give you consent. Well, what the F do you think you and your husband and everybody else has been supporting this whole time?
That's Lindsey Graham's sister. Lindsey Graham died. I'll never forget the Iranian tweet. He died unmarried with no children to continue on his evil legacy or something like that. So yeah, so that's his sister. Don't forget.
The sister. Thanks for the correction. But yeah, she has no idea but this is again, I love confronting these assholes, psychopaths, and showing them, look what happens when you didn't consent to that. Oh, interesting. Huh. So there you go on that one. I do think we had a little good news to report on one of these flock protesters who did destroy some flock cameras. We will not wag our finger at that by any means, but let's look what happened to this guy. Oh, well, check it out. A grand jury has refused to indict a man for destroying a flock camera in Ohio. Cody Morlock allegedly brought down the camera, solar panel, and support pole before destroying them. A grand jury wouldn't indict him, and the charges have been dismissed. Look at that. That's great. A grand jury on that case. Wow. I would love to have been a fly on the room on the wall in that jury room, right? And heard that's good news. It's one guy, but it's something. That means there's people out there that end up in these jury rooms, and they're having the right conversation, and they're saying, what are we doing? What are we doing here? I like it.
Yeah. I agree. It's a rare piece of good news. And that Flock CEO got to be shitting his pants when he saw a verdict like that come through, because if that means everyone has a green light to go do the same thing, not a good thing for his company. So, but I don't know if he realizes that Trump just invested in his competitor, but it does mean that he's going to be phased out regardless. So, yeah.
I think he might be on the way out. It might be the end of the road for him. But you know who it's not the end of the road for still is Palantir. And I want to remind people, just to wrap up this one, Palantir, their entire philosophy, and we know this for Alex Karp telling us, it's about, sometimes you have to kill your enemy, send them a message. And when he means competitor, when he calls them an enemy, he says you have to kill them sometimes. This is just capitalism, Jay. It's just the way capitalism works. But Palantir has always been a surveillance mechanism for the war machine, right? And so there's not much difference between Palantir and we're talking about Flock and Axon. It's all about the AI technology that uses our information against us, pulls all the information using these data. That's what the point of these data centers are, is to store all the information, use it against us, and we are the target. So Palantir just released the Marvin Smart System. Okay, so Marvin Smart System is an AI platform that pulls satellite images, drone footage, radar signals, and sensor data into a single visualization tool that turns surveillance into targeting workflows. There is a Palantir rep that's going to tell a room of people about it, how it works. And just imagine being in this room and not interrupting and saying, what the F are you telling us right now? Are you freaking kidding me? No, but all the people, they seem to really be enjoying this lecture. Here it is.
This is Maven Smart System, Palantir's software as a service product that we are deploying across the entire department. As you can see, it's not just one data feed, it's multiple. And instead of having 8 or 9 systems for those decision makers to look at every single day in order for them to make decisions, you then fuse it into a single visualization tool. The single visualization tool allows you to select, deselect different types of data, look at different approaches to data, but more importantly, action from the same system that you're trying to develop your workflows around. Once you have a detection that you want to actually move into a targeting workflow, for example, this is what we do. Left click, right click, left click, magically, it becomes a detection. That detection then gets moved into a workflow. This is standard digitized workflow, but I want to walk you through it quickly. You have different types of targets that are identified on the left there. Every single column produces a different type of decision-making process. Once you have that decision and you're trying to actually action that process, we now move into COA generation, course of action generation, where we are automatically, via a number of factors, trying to identify what the best asset to prosecute a target looks like. Once we've got the different approaches and we select one, we then can move directly into how do we action that target. So we've gone from identifying the target to now coming up with a course of action to now actioning that target, all from one system. This is revolutionary. We were having this done in about 8 or 9 systems where humans were literally moving detections left and right in order to get to our desired end state, in this case, actually closing a kill chain.
Jesus, man. What? Okay, Skynet, really? Wow.
Do you notice like the transition there? Like they go from showing pictures in America in an American parking lot, right? Talking about identifying the target and coming up with the action plan. And then that transitions to how that same technology has been used on the battlefield. So I think they're sending us a clear message, right? And we have to ask ourselves, hey, when these, AI robots and, like the AI police, the humanoid police are running about the place, you don't even need to have a human conscience involved at any point in the process, right? Because, we just saw a jury decline to, prosecute the guy who cut down the flock cameras, right? I've had bad interactions with the police. I've also had good interactions with the police. You might have a policeman, like who decides, what? Maybe I don't want to destroy this person's life, over one little joint of marijuana, which is legal in half the country, right? But a robot isn't going to do any of that. There is no human judgment involved. If a police officer gets sent to go arrest someone for criticizing Israel, maybe he gets there, sees a baby crying in the background. He's like, I don't know if I want to destroy this family, just because this guy had a criticism of a foreign government. But when we have AI police running about the place, something tells me the robot may not care, if there's a baby crying in the background. So all of this tied together is why, I'd urge people to really, analyze what was just said, right? They have had the ability to look down at us and to track us for a while. What's new is being able to pull all this data together and tie all this data together in real time and then tie in new systems. So this is why I don't want people to get discouraged, and overly pessimistic when they see this, right? Because there is already a system that exists actually that is somewhat of a decentralized digital ID. It just hasn't been expanded and utilized in all the ways it could be. So if we own and control our own data, we're a lot closer to solving this problem for the long run. Because remember, like, just look at that video again, guys. Go back, watch the replay of this, and you'll see the key point is all the data that they're bringing together. We have to stop them once and for all from being able to bring all this data together. The cameras are one part of it, but we can neuter the cameras if we have control of the data. Just saying.
Wow. Man. That's insane, man. It's all insane. That's the artificial insanity for today. Hey Jay, I know we have one more. Do you wanna bump it for Thursday or
Yeah, let's do it. I gotta run right now.
No worries. That's fine. That one is not a breaking news or anything, so we can certainly get into it on Thursday. No worries. Okay. Yep. Great. Well, thanks so much, Jay. Let everybody know where they can find you.
Not at AJ Scott. You got to find me at VJ Scott right over here on Twitter. So that's the best place if you want to contact me. But more importantly, if you want to push back, if you thought anything I said about decentralized ID made sense to you, then you should figure out a way to get involved, not in the two-party system. And I would encourage you to do that through a decentralized third party, which you can find more information about at www.wtpnational.com. We need to take the power out of the hands of state committees and unaccountable boards, and we need to put that same power the parties hold in the hands of the actual constituency, and that's what the We the People Party does. So great work as always, Matt. I'll have the audio issues sorted out for next time, so we can be back in business.
Man. So, no worries. You got it, man. Good stuff today. All right.
Yep,
take care.
Later.
See you next time. All right, Jay Scott, everybody. We are rocking and rolling. Actually, I'm glad we're gonna do that one. We had one more story. We're gonna do that one on Thursday because we got some more stuff coming up right now that we definitely have to do today. So I'm not joking around here, guys. We have some more show that is essential for today. I know everything we've already covered. We've done the breaking news. We showed you guys. I think we were one of the first to report on the Dolly Parton story. We're gonna have that one up. That's our breaking news. We'll have that up right away as soon as we wrap the show. Later this evening we'll have that up on our channel. So make sure you're all subscribed and liked and shared out. Appreciate you guys on all the different platforms. I know I've seen some more super chats come in. Let me get one more up right now, and then we'll take one little break and we'll be back here. Let's grab this one. Okay, this from Citizen. Thanks again, Citizen, for all the super chats. Facts. If Israel were a true ally, Trump would slap him around as he has done to Canada, Mexico, and Arabia. Now, listen, that's a great point. If they were really a true ally. Number two, if Fuentes weren't a psyop, we'd covered Fuentes last week, if I remember, with Craig Pasta. X wouldn't give him the Loomer treatment. That's a good point. Thanks for that, Susan. Really appreciate it. Okay. We'll get to more of the super chats and the rest of you guys later in the show when we do Talking Back with Matt this time. Leslie will be back with us on Thursday, I believe. So we're looking forward to that. Nurse Leslie. And we'll have Jay Scott back as well. And I think we have we actually have a special guest we're not able to announce just yet. We'll tell you about that. We'll throw it up on the Twitter before that, on the Twitter, on the interwebs. But we'll be right back. We're going to take a 2-minute. This is a little AI parody video from the Juice Media. Enjoy this one. We'll be right back with some This Week in Hollywood. We got the Mark Ruffalo story. We also have a We Know What It's Not segment. And we still got the We Got Beef story to cover as well. Trump and the bad beef story. Okay. Lots to come up. Lots coming up, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's the Homeless Left, your non-tribal approach to news. I'm Matt Weinglass. We'll see you back here in a couple minutes.
Government of Israel. Committing war crimes is hard work, but not with Palantir. AI-assisted targeting makes it simple to murder thousands of people, even if most of them are civilians, according to our own reports. Thanks for supporting our genocide, Palantir.
All right. We're back, guys. It's time for This Week in Hollywood. And we have I guess we can call it an update on Mark Ruffalo, the only Avenger, I guess, to have any sort of, I would say, courage, decency. He's going through a process of himself. I believe he started as kind of a vote blue no matter who, Trump derangement syndrome, and he's moved more into the alignment of the people versus power, and which is good to see. It's good to see that he's understanding that the industry itself, that he's an A-lister. This guy's an A-lister in this industry in Hollywood, and he's seeing the entire takeover occur in real time of the entertainment industry, and we see that takeover coming from an Israeli tech mongol, Larry Ellison, his family, his son David, and the entire Israel apparatus that fits very nicely into Hollywood because it's been a kind of a Zionist-controlled media environment for so many decades. And so he's speaking out about it, and he's feeling the backlash of that, which is important to look at. And what do you do with that if you're such a huge name as he is, and he's calling it out? He's not just saying, Trump evil, stop Trump. He's saying our entire way of life, everything that we're about, is being controlled by this very nefarious entity that we didn't agree to. And we're not, and by the way, we're not anti-Semitic to point it out, which I think is a really important part of the puzzle. So let's start with this. So Mark Ruffalo rejects Paramount's claim his anti-merger comments were anti-Semitic. He says, my view should never be interpreted as hostility towards Jewish people, obviously, but yeah, the fact that you have to say that. And so Paramount, which is owned by father and son, the Ellison family, they bought it for $111 billion. I'm sorry, they're leading a charge to buy Warner Brothers also, and that will be a $111 billion deal. So they're just going around capturing all these different media outlets, right? And they're not just doing it in entertainment as far as the production studios. They're also buying the news companies too, right? And the social media companies. So we're talking about CNN, CBS, TikTok. So the same family. And so the company Oracle is where the wealth came from. And Oracle, as we know, is an Israeli spyware company that is 100% is used for Israel purposes on the battlefield, as they say, and has been used to murder many, many people. And that's that. So this is the family that is behind that. So he's pointing this out. So Ruffalo, he has been a consistent opponent of Paramount's billion-dollar deal, multi-billion-dollar deal. He's been saying that the merger, he's been testifying against the merger to a Senate hearing, signing an open letter, and he got hundreds of actors to oppose this as well. And he's on social media a lot. He's got a massive following. So Ruffalo uses that following to get this message out, which is great. His latest engagement on what he did is he took aim at Ellison, the Oracle founder. He's worth about $200 billion. And then you got the CEO of Paramount, which is his son. It's the same thing. It's all the same. So Larry's billions are a key backstop to help the son's merger of the two historical Hollywood studios cross the finish line. Like anybody is cheering for this at all. And that's because he went out of pocket himself to guarantee this deal, because Netflix wanted the deal. But this is how the Ellison family was able to steal this deal, by just going out of pocket with hard cash. That's how it's happening. And it's not official yet, but it looks like it's going to go in the direction of the Ellisons. So Ruffalo's post on Instagram highlighted Oracle's ties to the Israeli military, circulating a clip of former Oracle chief. And we've played this clip before. I'm not going to play it now, but she's gloating about, at this summit in 2024, about all of the accomplishments on the battlefield using this tech, using Oracle. So that's why, and the clip is resurfaced because it shows you that they're saying it out loud, what they're doing, and they're bragging about it. So Ruffalo courageously is sharing this out, and a lot of people are seeing this. So this is good. And he calls it profoundly scary technology that the company has built that could be deployed. The Marvel actor added his own commentary and described the war as a genocide, of course. I love how they're like, he described it as, which was built on an apartheid system of oppression powered by Oracle itself, powered by Larry Ellison. Good for you, Ruffalo, for calling that out. So this goes out to 20.5 million followers, as he is not, you can say he implied, but he's saying, yes, this is linked to the technology of Oracle, which is the billions dollar wealth that is that the Ellisons are bringing to the table when they're trying to acquire all these studios. So, and this media empire is built on that money, basically, is what he's saying. So, the Mongols are crushing workers, and this is the other thing. Ruffalo is a labor rights activist, particular for people in Hollywood, and so this is also crushing workers and consolidating the wealth of the world for their own power and concentrated dominance. Right on. Exactly right, Mark Ruffalo. Then he gets attacked, and he has to follow it up with this. And this is one of the most viewed posts we've seen, definitely I would say this year on Twitter, because it's gone out to over 20 million. Over 20 million people have seen this post on Twitter. So he's got the Instagram following, and then he's got the Twitter thing. The accusation that I'm anti-Semitic, where did that come from? Oh, we know where that came from. It's appalling and fundamentally dishonest. Criticizing the actions of the Israeli prime minister, a military technology contract, or the executives who supply it are not the same as criticizing Jewish people. This critical and necessary dialogue is then dishonestly framed as being anti-Israel. To be clear, my views come from my own political convictions and should never be interpreted as hostility towards Jewish people, for whom I have a deep love and respect. Everything I know about acting, and what he's saying here, this part's important, the entire community of Hollywood is Jewish people. That's what it is. So everything I know about acting, activism, and humanism has been profoundly shaped by the Jewish friends, colleagues, and loved ones who have been integral and family throughout every point of my life. This merger has real consequences. Oh man, look, it's up to 30 million now. Wow. 30 million people saw this. That's incredible. It has consequences for real people in the entire country. Scrutinizing the Ellisons, including Oracle's business built on data, surveillance technology, and government contracts, and the serious threat to editorial freedom and the loss of a livelihood for thousands of families is fair and necessary. The $111 billion deal would hand one family, and probably will hand one family control over CNN, HBO, and Warner Brothers. And they already own all the rest of those. They already own CBS, Paramount, TikTok, right? Backed in part by foreign money, whose influence on editorial decisions have never been fully explained to the public. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have called for serious national security review, and regulators still haven't given the public a real answer. Until they do, the merger shouldn't move forward. Now is the time to dive boldly into these issues, not step back or concede. Bravo, Mark Ruffalo. Here are the consequences to him spelling this out. One of the most horrible people on the internet, God Saad. No, Mark Ruffalo, you are an avowed Jew hater, masquerading it under an enlightened cloak of progressivism. It's not actually okay. I don't have to. You guys know how ridiculous it is. Okay, so you are a lobotomized imbecile. You know nothing, Every single position that you take is on the wrong side of moral clarity. You are a limousine socialist who draws his moral code from another acting degenerate, Javier Bardem. So God Saad, he didn't actually have anything to say in this tweet, rebutting or challenging any of the points Mark Ruffalo made. So this is just attacking for the sake of attacking and bullying and name calling. That's all this is. It's disgusting. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad to think that that's how you respond to every point Mark Ruffalo made has some substance. And if you disagree with any of the points, why are you not going through them one at a time? Or just you don't even have to go through them. Just one. You can't do one. This piece of shit, God Saad, cannot do one critique one point Mark Ruffalo made. No, incapable, because you can't really counter it, can you? It's very well thought out, and I'm glad it went to over 30 million people now. I hope it goes to more. But this is what you expect to happen. Oh, Eve Barlow. Nice one. You hate Jews, Mark. Are you doing a parody of yourself? Are you doing the thing that he just said you were going to do? That's your response. You read it through, you thought about it, and you went, yeah, I've concluded based on all the points he put on the page. I mean, even the destroying jobs. Do you know what's funny about the job part? This part's funny because we in Hollywood, we do what we're told to do, right? So nobody protests the things they're not allowed to, right? You're not allowed to protest, COVID lockdowns. You're not allowed to protest against funding the Ukraine proxy war, right? You can't do those things. Now, because enough people are, you can get in the streets for Palestine, kind of. You still get, you get punished, you get attacked. If it was too early, you weren't allowed to do it at all. Like Susan Sarandon, you guys know, you lose everything. Like Susan Sarandon lost her agent, her agency, CIA. Well, we call it CIA, but whatever. So this is all you got, Eve Barlow. You hate Jews, Mark. So I guess my point is, the one point Mark made in here that, like, how do you ignore that he said workers are losing their jobs? That's the one thing that you were allowed to protest. So are you against, let me get this straight. So if you're Eve Barlow or God Saad, are you against the workers saying that AI is taking our jobs and the studios have consolidated into the same owners and they're firing people left and right, and we don't have contracts for the streaming services? Are you saying that they're all a bunch of Jew haters? Is that what you're saying? I don't see. This seems like a parody of the thing that Mark just pointed out. You're doing the spoof. This is like the sketch, right? That's what this has to be. This has to be. Eve Barlow, you hate Jews because Mark Ruffalo said killing innocents is wrong. So let me get this straight. Pointing out mass death means I hate your religion. Or maybe you just don't love the kill. Maybe you just love the killing so much that any objection feels like a personal attack. Yeah, that sounds like a little, that sounds right. Well, let's hear from Ruffalo, where he is at with everything. I can imagine he's probably very exhausted by all of this. And he sounds, it sounds very heartfelt. He's talking about the relationships that he has lost in this insane town of Hollywood.
Anymore. They're either trying to convince me that the Palestinian people are all terrorists and they all deserve to die, or in the same breath will tell me that they're actually human shields and they deserve to die because they're human shields. Okay?
These are people who were friends of yours pre-October 7th.
People who I thought were friends of mine.
And they're not anymore.
No. I can't relate to them. I can't relate to them.
Man, he looks very in his eyes, he's hurt. He's hurt. And that's what happens. We know the drill here in Hollywood. We know what happens when you speak up. You lose friendships. And it's like, it's not that he's you got to go through the loss of the friendship, but you also have to go through this acceptance. What is the acceptance that this person, I had no idea until now that we just don't see the world the same way. And this isn't about, oh, you voted for the wrong person. This is like you're okay with certain people being genocided, like being like mauled to death and pillaged and raped and children. Like you're okay. You not only okay with it, you're like you champion it. Like you celebrate it. It's like it's a lot. So you're losing the relationship, and you're losing any sort of humanity that you thought you had when you thought of these people that were you were in a relationship with of some sort, and now it turned out they were, that it was like body snatchers the whole time. It wasn't really, they weren't really being human. And so that's part of the loss, and I think the sadness in his eyes. So, all right. So what does this mean? What does this mean? Well, it means, you have support. Mark Ruffalo has support, right? Of course he does. Adam Media tells us, yes, we are with you, Mark. You are the only Avenger. The rest are just actors. And I'd say the rest are cowards too. They're cowards. They'll tell you to vote blue no matter who, but they'll keep their mouths tight shut when it comes to this topic. It doesn't matter how politically correct you are or how much you concede. If you oppose Jewish crimes, land theft, colonialism, and support Palestinians, they will attack you, smear you, and if they want to, they will even ruin your life. Welcome to the club. Yeah. That's the part that's also hurtful, that you have to go and say these things. Like I have to be clear. I'm not going after my Jewish friends. It's like you when you say that, you know that they're still going to, there's nothing you can say that's going to make them go, oh, we didn't know. Oh, Mark, thank you for, I'm so glad you articulated yourself, because if you hadn't articulated yourself, we would have thought you just hate Jews. So thank you for spelling it out. It makes sense now. Yeah, free Palestine for sure. We didn't understand. So that's what she's saying here. Because it's dishonest, there is nothing you can say to change the mind of somebody that's lying. Because you're not going to convince them they're already lying. So they're going to stick with it. There's nothing you can say. That's the real I think sad truth to all of this. All the effort we put in, right? We put in so much effort explaining and spelling it out, and why don't they listen? How much time have we wasted with our certain friends and families and colleagues trying to just break it down to them? It's never going to work on some of these people. Maybe a few of them, I don't know. But overall, if you're still in 2026, if you're still like on the side of anti-Semitism is the worst problem, don't you say anything bad about Israel. They're our best friends. If you're still there, you're not. There's nothing honest about that. So you can't change their mind. You're wasting your time. Ian Malcolm, well, he gets a little more blunt about it, right? He says, Warner Brothers and Paramount were both run by Jews. Skydance run by a Jew. TikTok forced into the hands of Jews. Jewish supremacy is the problem. Jewish supremacy is the problem. Maybe we don't say that part enough. Jewish supremacy is the problem. It's not just Israel. It's not just Netanyahu. He says, thank you to Mark. Thank you for standing up and speaking out. Now, please note the extensive nature of this control and surveillance state. I bet Mark knows, but you have to, you have to play that role and be like, I didn't, but we know. What are you allowed to say? What are you not allowed to say? But that's what we're up against. That's what we're up against. Okay. So let's just be clear again. This is Larry Ellison. He wants total surveillance, total data centralization. He wants citizens to be on their best behavior. I just want to be absolutely clear. That's the guy who's owning everything in this town. And if people are okay with that, either they don't know or they're not paying attention. Well, pay the fuck attention to this.
Body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government. But also, tell us a bit about because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
How do you take advantage of these incredible AI models? And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your electronic health records, your genomic data. And in the Middle East, in the UAE, for example, they're incredibly rich in data. They have a lot of population data. The NHS in the UK has an incredible amount of population data, but it's fragmented. It's not easily accessible by these AI models. We have to take all of this data we have in our country and move it into a single, if you will, unified data platform. So we provide context. When we want to ask a question, we've provided that AI model with all the data they need to understand our country.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So these guys, when they open their mouth, they tell you what the plan is. It's mass surveillance. It's the centralization of all of our information into the same institution, one that he controls, that he runs, because the Oracle, the hand of Israel, the hand of Oracle. That's what it is. This is the end of our industry. We know this now. So there's so few people doing anything about it, talking about it in a real way. And I know, again, Mark Ruffalo, we told you at the top of the segment, Mark Ruffalo is somebody who has been going through a process. He started as Trump is the unique evil, and that's it. Everything else is a perfectly working system, but Trump's the only bad part of it. And he's realized that it's far worse than that. And that's a very small group of people to be in this town, at least. So let's review where we are right now with all of this latest merger, Larry Ellison's his reach right now, and what's going to happen next. I mean, we can guess what's happening next, but just to review. So it's Larry Ellison has donated to the IDF. So we know so it's not just that he's funding these deals out of the money he made from Oracle. He's actually personally donating to the IDF, killing Nazi machines. That's what he's done. It's a foreign army. He gets to deduct that from his U.S. taxes. So in other words, he stiffs the United States to fund a foreign nation's army. That's weird. What do you think of that, right? Well, obviously he's a sellout traitor asshole. Says Justice for America. This is the fuck who bought up TikTok to suppress critique of Israel. And I don't know if Ruffalo knows that part. He hasn't mentioned TikTok, but it was because TikTok was where the youth were seeing all the genocide. That was the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs saw it. It was on TikTok, and they had to concoct a plan. What was the plan? You guys remember the TikTok plan? The plan was make them think it was China, and then the Democrats and Republicans will team up together, and they'll take it right away, and they'll give it over to Israel. And that's what happened. That's what happened. I don't know if Mark Ruffalo is aware of that. I don't know. I'm hoping to actually work with the guy on a project we actually have in the pipeline right now. And we've been in talks about working with him. I don't know all this recent shakeup, if that's going to help or hurt it, but I would love to. And I'll let you guys know if I sit down able to actually talk to him about this. I would ask him, first thing I would ask him is about TikTok, because that's really, I mean, obviously there's so much being exposed, and Ruffalo's doing such a great job exposing this shit. But I don't know how many people have even seen this clip. I don't know if he even knows that Netanyahu educated his students, his student influencers, and told them about capturing TikTok. He told them that was the plan right before it happened. And he was like, I hope we get it. I hope we get it. He told them, and it's recorded. And this was a group he brought to New York City, a group of influencers. He was paying $7,000 a pop. Here's the clip. I would love to know if Mark Ruffalo knows that this in fact happened.
That apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is class TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through, because it can be consequential.
Number one is TikTok. I hope it goes through. Oh, it did go through. So you got the TikTok. So Netanyahu owns TikTok through Larry Ellison. So just to be clear, that's happened. And there actually has been one more casualty that we do have to report before we end this segment. And this is a casualty that sucks. It sucks this happened. Let's bring up the tweet here. So this is from Kim Iverson, just so if you guys didn't know. But we knew, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that happens. And this all happened as soon as Larry Ellison bought TikTok. He went after folks like Kim Iverson. And then so we're seeing the results of that. So that part, I think, needs to be also part of the discussion. So here we go. My account has been permanently banned from TikTok for criticizing Israel. I appealed. They denied. And here's the dear TikTok user, we've reviewed your appeal. It was determined by Larry Ellison and gang and Netanyahu and gang that your account has violated a blah, 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 blah. We ask that you blah, 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 blah. So that's what's going on. Kim Iverson doing journalism, exposing Israel. You can't do that anymore on TikTok. Well, she's going to tell you what happened here.
To no one's surprise, I have been permanently banned from TikTok. That's right, TikTok, which was bought by Zionist Larry Ellison, has decided to kick me off the platform. I am too dangerous for you to listen to. We were not making a dime off of TikTok, so this is not a monetary loss at all. This is a loss for, I think, society. And I'm not saying that because, oh, I'm so great, my content's so great, you should watch it. I'm saying it for, this is a loss for society that believes in free speech. This is a loss for society that believes in the right to question things and to especially question government and to question the big entities that are potentially poisoning us or conspiring against us or gaslighting us. The ability to question those things is how we maintain our freedom. And when a guy like Larry Ellison, who's the largest funder, the largest financial backer of the IDF, when he can come in and buy the largest social media platform and attempt to manipulate the minds of young people for his benefit, guiding them towards his way of thinking, that is not a free society. We have to be able to question everything. We have to be able to speak up. We have to be able to ask questions, even if the questions are absurd. That is the point. Whatever happened to, there's no such thing as a bad question. Apparently, you're not allowed to ask those things. So this is a loss for all of us, but I don't think it's working. I think that the people are rising up and finding other ways to get this information. And not only that, but I think it's backfiring on them. Every time they remove somebody like me from my speech, they just embolden everybody to believe that the government and people like Larry Ellison, the influence, the powerful influence, that they're out to get us. They're against us. They're not for our best interests. And they solidify that thinking every single time they do this. But, you know, you have to remember the Ellisons own now practically all the American news, and they're growing and gaining more, and they're gaining a lot of the entertainment, and they're going to make sure that entertainment is in their favor. They're going to make sure the news is in their favor, just like they're making sure social media is in their favor. But the good news is, I don't think any of it's working.
I mean, some of it is working, but we're just having to work harder. I think that's what she meant. She meant to. We just have to work harder. But what they're doing is working, and it's working on a certain amount of people. And then particularly the fight in Hollywood. This is the fight that we preach about all the time. You guys we do this segment this week in Hollywood, and I think that if Mark Ruffalo is able to finally connect the dots here, maybe more of them will, and understand that this was never about progressives versus conservatives. That was never about that. It was about the club that you were in giving you the rules and the instructions, the top-down orders about what you're allowed to be upset about and what you're not, and when you're allowed to protest and when you're not. And I think the walls of that are starting to come down. So let's stop identifying this problem as a radical left versus whatever the other side is. That's not what we're doing here, or Trumpers, right? This isn't the radical left versus Trumpers. This is the conglomerate Israeli Zionist psychopaths that have captured all of our media, all of our government, all of our policies and legislation and education system and churches and banks and everything like that. That's what this is about. And if we in the industry here can recognize that, we can be more vocal like Mark Ruffalo. We can be more creative about how we put our messages out there. And if you can get a message out to 30 million people to say the fact that you're calling me anti-Semitic for pointing out this takeover, there's a problem in and of itself. And if people are getting deplatformed for calling out Israel and the heinous crimes that's committed on all these people in all these countries with our tax dollar, and we're not allowed to talk about it, we're not allowed to speak about it, and we're in Hollywood are not allowed to have a voice about it, not to be able to tell the story. What? We're storytellers. We tell stories. So this right now, this is the time to connect the dots and be like Mark Ruffalo. Connect the dots. If you're here in Hollywood and you're seeing this, I don't know if you're seeing this on whatever platform, and you're here in Hollywood and this industry's been captured. Now's the time to speak up. Now's the time to connect the dots. You can't vote your way out of this by bringing in blue no matter who next time. It's going to be the same shit. So I think that, yes, enough people are going to see this, be inspired, and we'll keep the ball rolling. And I do think Kim Iverson is onto something, saying that things are changing, but we do have to fight even harder, because what they're doing is still working to a degree, but we have to just fight even harder. That's This Week in Hollywood. Okay. Here we go, guys. Let's do this. I had a we know what it's not segment ready to go. I've made the executive decision. We're going to also push that one to Thursday. Okay, Thursday is going to be a big one, guys. Thursday is going to be a big one. I promise we're going to start that one on time, for sure. So do not miss Thursday's episode. We have a lot of good stuff, and we're holding 2 segments over that are going to be even that much better. Well, they were better. They were good today, but our schedules got weird today. Okay. We had some tech issues too. So what we do have for you, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do the beef story right now, but get ready. We're going to come back and do Talking Back with you right after that. So let's go ahead. Let's get into the beef story. Let's get into the beef story. And then we're going to do some Talking Back with you. And then I got a closing mini segment I'm going to do with you guys to end the show. A personal story we're going to share with you to end the show. So all that's coming up right now. We don't need a break. We're going to go right to it. And I do see you guys some more super chats. We will get to that. We will get to that in Talking Back, which is going to come up right after this. All right. Here we go. Well, it looks like Trump did it again. He likes that Argentinian beef for some reason, and he's buying a shitload of it. But we certainly got beef. We got beef, all right. We got beef with Argentina. We got beef with Trump trying to spin this one, as there's been this massive ongoing attack on U.S. farmers, and somehow Trump thinks he can sell this story that we need to help Argentina right now. Well, let's let him try and sell it to us. Trump's trying to sell the beef, but we got beef, and it's with Trump and with Argentina. Okay, here he is.
What do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can.
We know you like the president of Argentina. We know you love the guy. We'll get into that in a moment here. But the fact that this guy's trying to spin some crazy idea that we're in a position to help Argentina, who is in the process of failing, we're failing. We're failing, Trump. We're the ones that can't survive. We're the ones who we're losing farmers every single day. We're losing farmers. We're the normal American, average American is barely surviving paycheck to paycheck. Can't afford one medical emergency away from a all-out homelessness and bankruptcy. That's what we have, the highest homelessness rate in the world. Not to mention the highest. What else do we have the highest of? The highest incarceration rate. That's what we have. We lock up more people here than anywhere else on the freaking planet. The list is long. Hearing him talk like this, let's see, there might be a little more. And the fact that he's ridiculing a reporter for asking the question, what's going on with this Argentina beef? What are you doing? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make freaking sense.
But don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
What do you mean by beef?
They are dying. We're not dying. They're dying. Let's let James Lee's going to break this one down a little closer to you. And then we're going to get more into the actual relationship with Trump and President Mali, because that's also of note. But what's going on with this beef? Where's the beef, James Lee?
Just double check where you're getting your steak from for the next few months. Because Donald Trump just announced that we're going to be importing tons of beef from Argentina to quote-unquote lower costs. Except the big problem here is that this is the same beef that China rejected earlier this year because it was found to be laced with a chemical called chloramphenicol. Just so everybody's aware, chloramphenicol is banned in both the US and the EU because it can cause, quote, severe, irreversible, and often fatal aplastic anemia in humans.
Hold on, James. So we've already banned that chemical, and that's rare. We have the least amount of chemicals banned in foods, more than any EU country, just to be clear. So that one's on the list of ones we've actually banned. So it's laced. So this Argentinian beef is laced with a chemical that we've already banned, and China's already realized it, and they said no to the sale. Does Trump know any of this? Does he care? Is he trying to spin this and go around it? He looked like he was certainly on the attack there. He didn't want to have an actual conversation about this. Ready to attack. How is this going to, if we know this is laced with a chemical that is banned here, how do you sell this to the American public? And why is he even allowed to make a purchase like this? That's insane. That's insane. If you were to tell me that it was just the chemical was banned in other parts of the world, but not here, that would be an easier sell. So if we know this, how do we import this meat that has a banned chemical laced inside it?
And on top of that, it is a known cancer-causing carcinogen and also has been shown to cause genetic damage. Not ideal, to say the least. And when asked about it on Air Force One, here's what Trump had to say.
Question is, what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can. but don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
Meanwhile, in the United States, over 160,000 farms have closed between 2017 and 2024, and on average, 77 cattle producers are going out of business every single day. Another win for the golden age.
That's that. So, yeah, Trump knows what's going on. He's absolutely clued into what's going on. So why would what would be the purpose of a deal like this? What is this about? You're just using the beef as an excuse to funnel them some funds? Is this a way we funnel funds directly to Argentina? Is that how we do it? They need the funding right now. And we know what's gone on there. We know about the forest fires that magically popped up just in the right place where Mali was able to lock in the deal with Israel to buy the land, which they weren't even allowed to do until Mali changed the legislation in Argentina, which hadn't been changed in years. And he just said, all of a sudden, a foreign country is allowed to buy land after a natural disaster. So all of that has happened. Okay. Well, let's look at this. Okay. So this is a reminder. Argentina, this is from Decensored News. Argentina was one of only 7 countries to vote alongside U.S. and Israel against a December 2024 Gaza ceasefire resolution at the UN. And we've looked at those countries. There was only 7. There was 159 that said, of course, ceasefire resolution. Why would you not? If you're one of those 7, it's because you are in bed with the empire. That's what that is. Now, they're a founding member of the so-called Board of Peace. Of course. That's right. Mali was there with all the rest of them signing that stupid Board of Peace. That's the venture capitalist model of how to run a country. That's what the Board of Peace was, using Gaza as the guinea pig of that blueprint. Venture capitalists running a country. We don't need elected leaders. That's what that was. Javier Milei is a great friend of Israel. Absolutely. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. Okay. So we do need to remind you of this. So here's the video that comes with that reminder tweet, and context matters. Historical context matters. That's all the people that voted. There you go. Argentina said no to the ceasefire.
I'm delighted to welcome you, President
Here we go.
Milei, and your delegation to Israel. You're a great friend of the Jewish state.
And there it is. So we're funneling money, and that's all. So that's all that Trump could come up with. That's all that this empire could come up with for an excuse to funnel them some cash that we don't have, is buy their beef. And he would just say, "Shut up, lady. That's it. Shut up, lady. You don't know. They're suffering. We're trying to help them. So sit back, get your bibs on, get your knife and fork, and dig in. It's chow time, baby. Where's the beef?" Okay. I think we're good on that one now. All right. All right, guys. I'm going to play in this intro. We're going to talk to you now. Get those super chats ready. If you're on Rumble still, we love you guys on Rumble. Throw us a couple Rumble rants, and we'll be sure to get to you. We'll get to as many as we can right now before we wrap up the show. We have one more segment after that. So let's go ahead and start with you guys. It's time for Talking Back. Here we go. It's Talking Back. You guys have been part of this show today. We've had a lot of different topics we covered, but the connecting idea today is whose side are you on? And we're not talking left versus right. We're not talking red versus blue. We're talking about people versus power. And the people in power, that includes the warmongers. That includes the imperialists. That includes the Epstein pedo psychopaths, right? That includes the billionaire class, the technocrats. That includes both the Democratic and Republican Party leadership, all of the Zionist assholes out there that control all of our legislation and our policies on both sides, and particularly the war policies and the imperialist warmongering policies that involve going around and murdering presidents and kidnapping presidents and murdering schoolgirls and genociding entire populations and ethnic cleansing in other populations. That's what that is. So you're either on the side with them or you're on the side with the people. And the people aren't just the American people that see this. We have other friends and family. We have other colleagues. We have people in other parts of Western countries that also see this all throughout Europe. But not just the Western Hemisphere. The other people that are on that side with us are the people in the countries that we were told hated us, that they were chanting death to America. They weren't. They were chanting death to the ruling class. That's what they were doing. They're actually on our side. So whose side are you on? The side of the people or the side of the psychos, basically? And that's the real question. Not blue or red, not left or right, not white or black. It's up or down. What side are you on? We're punching up. We're from the bottom and we're punching up. That's what we're doing. With that said, let's get to some of the stuff that you guys chimed in here. And I want to say, yeah, we do appreciate all the super chats. We got to a lot of them earlier. We'll get a few more up here. Chris Shipley, thanks for the super chat. Non-voters are the majority. They're the problem and the solution. We've heard this before. We have to keep saying this. This is important. Non-voters, they're not the problem. They're the problem for the ruling class. But we were told, we were misinformed that non-voters were lazy. Non-voters were uneducated. Non-voters were stupid. Non-voters were indecisive. Non-voters were checked out. Now, there's a very small percentage of people that maybe do fit that profile of those qualities. But the majority of non-voters, the majority of the non-voters are people that are standing up by not voting. And they remind us how politics is supposed to work. They remind us what? That you do not have allegiance to a party or a player or any sort of political person that you're going to hero worship. You do not have loyalty to them. They have to earn your vote. And they don't do that, you don't show up, you don't vote. So that's the main thing they don't want us to figure out. They just want to demean those people. But we're saying that is a massive majority. Thank you for that, Chris Shipley. Chris Allegre, thanks again for the super chats. To Dolly's Coconuts. Oh, Dolly's Coconuts. Well, we'll always have our greatest hits. We'll always have our greatest hits. My favorite being, you guys know what's my favorite Dolly song? It's not Jolene. It's Vaccine. That's the one. Classic. Just makes you want to go out and just roll up your sleeve and just seize the day. Or maybe better yet, seize the 15 minutes. Because that might be all the time you have left after you get that jibbity jab. You got about 15 minutes. You got to sit there and wait, right? All right, we got some more here. Citizen, thank you for all of your super chats. I think we didn't get to this one before. I might be, although crowd but you get bored without me. Oh, it's cool. Hey, Susan, by the way, I appreciate you chiming in before we even go live a lot of the time. I know you're effing with that algorithm, and we do appreciate it when you get on there and start effing with them even before we start. And we see a lot of times your comments and other people's comments, they disappear from, and I think we've seen some, there's some other ones you put up, not the super chats, but I think some of the other ones you put up, they're gone. They're just completely erased. But I think you know that. But thank you for all the engagement and effing with the YouTube algorithm the best you can and getting creative. I think that's also part of it, guys. We have to get creative. We have to get creative in this space sometimes. That's what, so we all have that, right? An ability to think outside the box and to maneuver and to figure out ways to adjust when shit gets crazy. When you look at your notifications and you get that alert, that whatever it is, that yellow yield sign or that red, when you get those and you go, oh shit, what is this? And we have to maneuver, we have to adjust, we have to damage control or problem solve. And we have to think of different ways we can reattack, reassess, come back even stronger. And so we understand that we're not the only ones dealing with that. And we told you guys earlier about Kim Iverson being knocked off of TikTok. And it's not even a financial, like she said, it wasn't even a financial thing. It's an access, it's an opportunity thing. And we know why they're doing it. So we come up with different ways we can fight it back. We ask you guys too, use your creative thinking skills. Use your not just critical thinking. Don't forget, we're not just critical thinkers, right? Because that's the first part about the first step getting out of the tribal mindset is you get to have your critical thinking skills back, right? Because you don't have critical thinking when you're in tribal mentality. You're just checking in with your team leader, waiting for the instructions, what to be mad at, what to be joyful at, what to be hope and change about, what to be anything, whatever the thing is. But aside from critical thinking, what else do we get? We get access to creative thinking and critical thinking. Now that is dangerous for them. We figured that out. Critical thinking and creative thinking. Think about it. Okay. I think we got one more here. Oh, yes. Another one from Chris Allegre. Thank you, Chris. I hope he sticks to this. Mark has a history of saying base things, then apologizing for it and backing down. Great point about Mark Ruffalo. And we're acknowledging that he has come very far. He has, and we say back down. I think that, yes, sometimes he has to take a step back because of the pressure, because he gets brought in rooms and scolded. But I don't think, even if he has to do some apology, he's not going to stop. He's not going to get in line and stop. So we just need more guys like him. But yeah, we're not in celebration mode. We're just saying this is a good thing. You get a tweet like this. You get a tweet like this out to 30 million plus people. It's probably more now because we screen grabbed it. It was 30 million. 30 million people saw that tweet. And he's not even a Twitter guy. He's an Instagram guy. The guy's got, because I think Mark Ruffalo has 20 million followers on Instagram. I'm not sure how many followers he has on Twitter, but you guys know how Twitter works, where he doesn't need 30 million followers. He has way less followers on Twitter. But sometimes you say the right thing at the right time and you put it out there, it blows up. And that's, I think, what happened with this tweet. And I think it's what I saw was, and I don't know if somebody wants to cross-check this for me, but Mark Ruffalo's tweet that he did about I'm not anti-Semitic to call out Larry Ellison. I'm not anti-Semitic to call out the capture of the Oracle founder that's buying up all of our media companies and all of our entertainment platforms that I work on. And he's firing, everybody's losing their jobs, and it's all Israel. He got 30 million. Let's see if any more. If you guys see if any more have come in since the 30 million, it may have gotten even more. That's the most viewed tweet of 2026 so far. That was the word. Let's see if that's still true. But it's, yes, 30 million. Anyways, keep talking. Keep getting the word out. They can't take all of us down, right? They can't ban all of us from every platform. Someone's going to slip through. That's what's going to happen. Someone's going to slip through. Oh, Citizen, that's true. Of course, Mark Ruffalo has support. He's the Hulk. He's the Hulk. Oh, but make no mistake. Marvel and Disney and all the rest of them, they are quick to banish you if you go too far. They are quick. They get you the hell out. They don't care. They'll switch you up. Evangeline Lilly, she was the first Marvel. I think Edward Norton he didn't want it. He was bitching and whining about the Hulk, so they just swapped him out for Mark Ruffalo. But the first activist, I think it was Evangelina Lilly. She spoke out about COVID lockdowns during 2020, and they had a whole petition. We're gonna fire. How dare you? How dare you? You sick son of a bitch. How dare you say lockdowns are hurting people? So they can get rid of you. They got rid of the guy. He went over to the Daily Wire. What a loser. The dude got taken off the Marvel, what was he playing? That Kang the Conqueror. And they just say, yeah, we're done with you, man. Jonathan Majors. You're done, dude. You got too much shit going on in your personal life. You're out. And then he went up, and then he meets up with Ben Shapiro, and the rest is history. We did a segment on that fucking stupid movie. Horrible anti-Muslim racist film. Jonathan Majors, Ben Shapiro says, "Oh, they don't want you anymore. Come over here. We'll give you a role. We're just gonna hate Muslims for 2 hours. You down?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm down." So no, it's not just that you play the Hulk and you get a free pass. So yeah, they can get rid of you. They can kill off your character. They can do that. Let's see. We got Blake. Thank you, Blake. Super chat. Thank you. Another signature professional legendary presentation from the one of a kind Matt Weinglass. Let's go. Oh, come on now. Blake, you're too kind, my friend. You're too kind. Oh, we just got one in from Donald Duck's mom. I didn't know if you were watching today. Thanks for tuning in and for the super chat. If you think you can, you're right. If you think you can't, you're right. Henry Ford. Oh man, you know what? I wanted to check out this. Oh God, guys, if you happen to have HBO Max, if you happen to, I had to just check out this Larry David stupid Larry David one. Now, look, obviously Curb Your Enthusiasm was a good show overall. Jerry Seinfeld's a piece of shit, but like Larry David, he's not as, the guy, he'll say the thing sometimes, right? Anyways, he's on this show, this history reenactment show. It's on HBO Max. Obama executive produced. He narrates the first episode. It's awful. Obama introducing this thing. It's really, really bad. But there's a sketch where he plays Henry Ford, and it's so bad. You guys, you have to see this because it's so bad. It's like he doesn't play Henry Ford. He plays a Jew who's doing business with Henry Ford. And Henry Ford's played by, I think, Ike Barinholtz. He used to do Mad TV. Ike Barinholtz plays Henry Ford. And his character's written so he just hates Jews. And he can't help it. And the guy just like looking at Larry David going, I just hate you. I can't stand it. I hate you. And Larry David's like, I'm just trying to do business. It's so freaking bad, but it shows you how desperate they are. They're desperate to just one layer dimension this shit and say people don't actually have critique on Israel or Jewish supremacy. They just hate Jews. And they try to do it in a sketch, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work because it doesn't make any freaking sense, because the scene would never happen. Go check it out. It's funny. It's funny how bad it is, how unrealistic the scene is. So go yeah, it's I don't even remember the name of the show, but it's a Larry David, produced by Barack Obama. Ugh. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem with America. People wake up and all of a sudden they hate Jews and they don't know why. It just happens. What do you do? How do you rid the world of this hate? And it seems to have come back and it's contagious and everybody in the world seems to have it now. What do we do? Oh, okay. I think we can do a few of the live ones. I know I know there's so many of you guys. I wasn't able to get to these today. Let me see if I can do a few of these. From Rumble, a dingo ate my baby. Thanks for tuning in. Jury nullification. You can find a person not guilty despite judge's instructions without any legal consequences if you think the law is wrong. Thank you for that. A dingo ate my baby. I think it was in reference to the flock guy who tore down the flock cameras in Ohio, and a jury let him off. That was good. That was good to see. Very good. Mouse SF, thanks for tuning in, my friend. It was climate change, Matt. Oh, yes. We know. It's always climate change. Always. It's not. We don't have any direct energy weapons or anything like that. No. That doesn't happen. Shadow Walker, thanks for tuning in. Yes, indeed. If surveillance makes you safe, why is Flock afraid to be surveilled? Great question. Rules for thee, not for me. That's your answer. That was in reference to the Flock CEO trying to do damage control. He didn't do a good job. He might be on his way out right now. I think so. I certainly think so. Oh, this is in regards to the World War III watch Putin story, the Ukraine funding. Woojin, thanks for tuning in on Rumble. About a year ago, Putin warned that America's plan for erasing their debt was to do a crypto rug pull on the entire world. Don't think he was wrong. Wow. Putin sees the world as a chessboard, and he can call shit out in advance. Oh, thanks for reminding us. I farted in Stephen Miller's mouth. I love it, my friend. Money is fake. Thanks for the daily reminder, because it is. They're just promissory notes. They're just written on a napkin. I'll just, you might as well scribble. You might as well just scribble the next round of dollars on a napkin, right? Why not? Why not? Oh, love this one. Thank you, Huffman. Aviation. Being a degenerate bender is a prerequisite to power. Love it. Thank you so much. LT Oracle of Truth. I'm trying to get the reference on this one, but thanks for tuning in. 6x6. I don't know the reference on that one. My bad. Oh, Terra Preta Wild. Thanks for tuning in. Dumbest Masonic theater ever. And I think this might have been, yes, this was the reference to, I think when we played the Spencer Pratt video that I guess TPUSA is putting out now. Spencer Pratt the failed candidate in California might be the perfect mouthpiece for TPUSA now. He's good. He's good at doing the WWE. He's really good. And man, he loves the word communist. I think he said communist like 20 times in 2 minutes. Like, that's hard, right? Pulling the strings, the biggest threat to Americans from communism is how the U.S. government has used the term. Well said, my friend. And that is the threat. It's how they use it. Absolutely. You know what? I appreciate this, Tara. I appreciate this. Kirk is sipping tequila with Milanowski, hanging out with BB on Epstein Boulevard. It's probably right on Jeffrey Way at the corner of Epstein. Yeah, sipping tequila. Probably just, you know what? Probably just hanging out in Tel Aviv. Why go anywhere else? You could just do it right. You could just do it right there in Tel Aviv, right across the street from your big fat mural, right? It's a possibility. I'm not against that idea at all. I'm not against that idea at all. Thanks for that. All right, let's get a couple more in here. I see some of you guys on here. I just can't get to everyone. Let's see. Here we go. We have where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, Kelly Jones. Why do you gotta, Matt, don't be a chicken squat. Oh man. Well, Dolly Parton said we were chicken squat if we didn't get the vaccine. So I don't know. Maybe we're all just chicken squat. I don't know. But that's how it feels when you get bullied by an idol that if you love a, right? Doesn't that do the trick? Isn't that the point? That's why they reel out the celebrities to sell this shit. That's why they reel them out, because they know there's enough people that hero worship them, idolize them, that if they look in the camera and call them a you piece of shit chicken squat, how dare you not do what I'm telling you to do? They're gonna listen. That's the point. Oh, it's so sick and twisted. It's so sick and twisted. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, we have Naybones. Oh, yes. Pulling the strings. War, baby. What is it good for? LT Oracle of Truth. My people perish from lack of knowledge. Thank you for that. And I think we have I guess we have Mary Poppins. Let me try to find this one. Oh, Wish a Go. And I guess you're referring to, sorry to hear that, Oracle, you're referring to Oracle Truth about, we reported on Dolly Parton. Oh, this is why. And I'm sorry, I didn't start this. I just found it. My mom passed away yesterday afternoon. Condolences to you, LT Oracle. She beat Dolly at 85. Well, good for her. Yeah, good for her. And yeah, okay, we'll do a couple more, and I'll get on we got one more segment we're gonna get to here in just a moment. Yeah, I'm seeing all of you guys. Thank you all. Oh, Bob of Atlantis, thanks for tuning in. Turns out letting them impose drinking rules on driving was a slippery slope. I think, Bob, you're referring to the reference of the CEO of Flock trying to compare the driving with hey, we don't want to get rid of cars. We just want to give rules so it'll go better. And I honestly, I do think it's a horrible comparison, because cars, we're the ones getting in the car. We're the one that has the responsibility of the car. But he's saying impose rules on the flock cameras, but we don't get to control the flock cameras. The donor class elite get to control them. So you want us to trust the rules and regulations that you're going to impose on yourself? That's nothing of the same. I should have brought this up earlier, so I'm bringing this up now. That comparison has completely the wrong analogy. Regulating drinking and driving, regulating texting and driving, regulating you have to be 16 years old to get a driver's license, regulating speed limits. These are regulations on the people. You can't compare that to, oh, let us keep our flock cameras, let us keep all of our data centers. We'll regulate them the way we regulate you guys driving your cars. But that's not the same, because we don't get a say in how you guys behave when you're, quote unquote, behind the wheel. We don't get to be behind the wheel. You are behind the wheel. So it doesn't make any freaking sense. Why would we allow you to regulate yourself? It doesn't make any freaking sense. So no, bad analogy, dumbass. That's it. Okay. That's just, it makes, but you know what? Knowing that guy's probably running his course, we're not going to see much more of him. We just keep calling him Flock CEO. I don't even have his name in front. He's the guy's going to be done soon, because I do think the Axon model is taking over for now, at least. There's also a third one. Motorola is also doing these cameras. So they're just rotating. They're going, oh, we won't do Flock anymore. We're going to do Axon, and we'll do Motorola. So there it is. And you're right, Kelly. Israel basically owns CBS too. Oh, they do. They put CBS. They put a menorah up for their morning news show now. They got a little menorah. Come light the menorah. Gather around the table. We'll give you some fake news. La 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 la. We gotta murder all the Palestinians. That didn't rhyme, but that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. All right. Let's just do a couple more, and we got to get on to the last thing. Okay. Here we go, and I'll get to more maybe for the end. Let's see. Actually, we'll just do one. We'll just do one more for now. Okay. Let's end it with this one. Hugo, I will never, ever watch an episode of Seinfeld again. Jerry is such a piece of human excitement. Leslie and I feel the same way. Some people you can put aside, somehow you can, but because Jerry Seinfeld doesn't know how to act, and I say that I'm not actually just making fun of him as a bad actor. I'm saying that he only knows how to play himself. That's the problem. And I think people don't know that distinction. I think it's general consensus, even before he said Palestine doesn't exist, even before he said that he's rooting for the IDF, even before he said, I don't care about the genocide. People said he was the worst actor on Seinfeld. And here's the truth of it. He just doesn't know how to play a character. That's why it's impossible to watch him. That's why. If he was playing characters, like a lot of these other psychopaths in Hollywood that you can kind of watch them, like the Kevin Spaceys. You can watch Kevin Spacey play a role, and you can kind of just put out of sight, out of mind, all of his horrible behavior. Right? And he, by the way, where's Kevin Spacey based now? He's in Israel. They took him right in. That's where they take all the pedophiles. Israel loves pedophiles. They took Kevin Spacey right in. So the reason why we can't watch Seinfeld anymore is that when you see his face on camera, he's always himself. He's not a very interesting person. That's why people said he was a bad actor. I don't think he's a bad actor. I just don't think he can play a character. He can't act, but he can play himself. We just don't like who he is as a person, so we can't watch him play himself anymore. That's the problem. Anytime a scene of Seinfeld comes out, you realize that Jerry's character is a sociopath because he actually is. Every time his character is responding to something that happens on the show, he doesn't have an emotional response because that's who he is. He doesn't give a shit. Every time we see him now, we see a guy with that smirk face, that total disconnect eyes, saying, I don't care. Palestine doesn't exist. I don't care. So that's the face you see. You can't watch an episode of Seinfeld without him doing that freaking bit. I don't care. Fuck Palestine. I don't care. There you go. Okay. That should do right now for Talking Back. We'll get a couple more of you guys up later on the outro. But I'm going to do something right now. This is... Oh, okay. We got it. One more from Chris Allegra. Can't watch B-movie again either. You know what? I never wanted to see that because I just didn't like the fact that B had Jerry Seinfeld's voice, and the fact that I'm telling you he can't act. So I am assuming that B character is just Jerry Seinfeld pretending that he can play a character, but he can't, and he's still the same sociopath. So thanks for the super chat, Chris. Much appreciated. You guys, again, if anything else comes in, I'll star them and I'll get them up before the show ends. I should check Rumble. I forgot to look over here. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any Okay. 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 I don't think we missed the rumble round. Okay. So here's what we're going to do now. This is the final segment today. And if you're watching now, stay tuned right now. We're not going to a break. Stay put. This one is very important. This is not, we're not calling this loudest voice of the week. We're just going to do this. And I don't know if we're going to cut this into a segment or not. I haven't decided yet. This is a little different. This is a little different thing we're going to do today. Let me make sure I got it set up before we sign off. This is very important. Probably the most important thing we've done in a while. Okay. I think we might have this ready to go. I just don't want to cut to a break. I just want to do this. And I do suspect that Thursday's show might go overtime, like really overtime. When I say overtime, I know you guys know we go 5 hours sometimes. I'm going to get this one. We're going to get done with this before the 4.5 mark. So that's good. We can't go 5 hours every freaking show, guys. It's too much. It's too much for us and for you. Okay. I'm stalling because I just want to make sure we have everything. Okay. This is an experiment. Let's see if this works. Hold on. Okay, guys. I just wanted to check in with you guys about something personal happening in our little space here. So we get reached out to a lot. I know you guys reach out to us. We have personal discussions with you. We have we have email chats going with a lot of you guys, and you guys, we love it. Leslie and I love it, having this kind of personal interaction with you that happens off camera, right? Off the show. And, it's something that it reminds us that we're not just, saying 3, 2, 1 action and throwing up super chats and, going through the stories, and that there's real people out there. And so I've been communicating with, I guess I can call her a friend now, in Gaza. I've been communicating on Facebook Messenger. Her name is Maya, and her family, as you could probably guess, is experiencing this level of pain and grief and fear and trauma, all this stuff that obviously the rest of us can't even comprehend. We can't even begin to understand it. And this isn't like she's healing from it. She's in the middle of it right now. And this is all because of why? Because the U.S. Israel Western war machine and the Zionist warmongering billionaire Epstein pedo class, because of them, which rules us all because of what they did. And she's not bitter or resentful or looking for any sort of, vengeance. All she wants is her story to be heard. That's it. And we talk about that, people, the ability to tell your story, and we try to give that platform here as best we can. We can't do it for everyone, but when you guys reach out to us, we do want to engage. We do feel like a responsibility to at least attempt to at least make you feel that you can express yourself and be heard, hopefully. And in Maya's case, well, I just thought this would be a good moment to just actually share her story with you. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to read you a little bit of the conversation that we've been having, and just take a moment right now just to remind yourself, and we all have to remind ourselves that we're talking about real people. We're not just covering the news and this genocide in Gaza. There's like real people, and they're trapped right now, the ones that are left. There are no answers. There's no recourse. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. That's the thing. And we forget that sometimes because we're so busy shouting and yelling and screaming about it, but we forget that right now they don't have any answers. There's no flotilla on its way, and if there was, they wouldn't allow it in. That's the point. So this is Maya's story. So we'll put this up here. This is she's sharing out these pictures, and I'm just gonna put them up here as I read the conversation. I live in Mawasi. That's the area of Khan Yunis. This is southern Gaza, the place. You remember, guys, the place that they told everyone, go down to southern Gaza and you'll be fine. You'll be safe. No, you're not safe. There is no safety. We live near the yellow line and face of death every day. I lost my child in the war. My heart is broken and sad. I was sitting in the tent when I heard an explosion. I went outside and found my baby girl lying on the ground covered in blood. I held her in my arms and she died. That's her son. Let's see. This is I think this is one of her kids as well. I'm going to get to the, let me put up the I think this might, she's got a large family, but a lot of them are dead. This is the bullet that killed her baby. So she says, I was sitting in the tent when I heard an explosion. I went outside and found my baby girl lying on the ground covered in blood. I held her in my arms and she died. My heart is broken and I'm sad. I keep myself busy with farming and in front of my tent. I live with my children, and these are her children. I believe these are the ones that have survived. That, I think this is the one that, or this one might actually also be alive. I'm trying to learn about her family here. So she says, my heart is broken and I'm sad. I keep busy with farming out my front tent. I live with my children exposed to gunfire and fear every day. Today was very difficult. Khan Yunis was a war zone. Israel went crazy today with heavy bombing, fear, and the evacuation of some residential areas. We are now afraid to leave our tents. Gaza is burning and suffering, my brother. The heat is rising, rockets are raging, shelling is relentless, and mothers are weeping, losing their children without mercy. They're being killed and destroyed. That's Gaza. That's what we did. That's what we did. I lost my child in the war. My heart is broken and I grieve for her. The war destroyed my entire life. I lost so much. About 21 members of my family were lost. And this is, I guess, the tent area she lives in now. So there's a donation link, and I'm just going to share screen on this right now. And you guys are, welcome to share this as well, just so you can see that she somehow, I don't know, I honestly don't know how she was able to put this up, but this is where I grabbed the pictures from. And you can read some of her story. Those are the personal, that actually didn't come off of public page. Those are actually the personal messages she sent me. But this is the donation link. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy and paste this. If I put it in the comment, I think you guys might be able to grab it from there. And I'll definitely put it on the breakdown of the episode. I'm just gonna put Maya's story, and then you guys can hopefully you can get this from the chat. if you want to check it out. And you can see it. And I guess the person who set this up is in the United States. It was Diego Squires put this together for her, which was very cool because obviously she can't run a you can't run a campaign while you're suffering like that, right? So this is her story here. So let me there's one more part I just want to share before we wrap up here. So she says, I'm alone here. I'm suffering from fear, hunger, loss, terror, exhaustion. No one understands me. Yesterday, I went to my daughter's grave to tell her my troubles and said, I wish I were by your side. I keep myself busy farming in front of my tent so I don't go crazy. So I asked her about the farming and what she's doing. And I said, I'd love to see some, because obviously these horrible images of what happened there, I wanted to see something positive. So she actually shared with me some really peaceful videos of her garden. And so I just want to put these up and show you guys that how is this even possible? Can you imagine being able to go out of your tent and do any sort of gardening during all this? At any moment, bombs can rain down on you. You can be exterminated in a second, or you can be next to a family member who gets exterminated right in front of you. It could happen at any moment, and you have time to garden. Here's another one. And this, I think what I think is happening here is this is the human stuff, right? So we talk about what is this all for? What are we fighting for, right? And Leslie and I, we talk about this a lot about like, the hard stuff is hard, but like we have to remember what we're living for. And so if you can find that in a state of chaos, like Maya has, it's something. It's almost like if you don't have this, you're not going to, how can you survive if you don't create this, right? Yeah. So I wanted to see what was actually going on there that wasn't all the death and chaos and confusion that we see every day. I just wanted to see something, and she shared that a bunch of these gardening ones. And the last thing I'll share here is she says to me on another message, after the war ends, I will write a book about my suffering, the horrific stories and scenes I witnessed, the displacement, the oppression, the hunger, the killing, and the fear. Every day I wish I were dreaming, and I wish I would wake up and find those we lost with us. To find my home and everything I once owned. I wish I could find peace of mind and I've just lived one day without killing, martyrs, and bloodshed. I don't know how long the people of Gaza will remain steadfast. I marvel at the strength God places in our hearts that allows us to continue through this genocide. So that's it. I just wanted to share that, and you guys, I'm not asking you, I'm just saying you can share it too, or just check it out if you want. But yeah, that's it. I just wanted to share this story. I take it for what it is. Again, it was set up by a U.S. citizen that I guess is communicating as well through Facebook. I don't know, but that's all. Just wanted to share the story. So it is what it is. That's it. Okay. All right, guys. That should do it for today. If you what else we got here? I think that's it. I got a few more comments. I'll throw them up at the end. I appreciate you guys. Tomorrow, what we have coming up? Tomorrow morning, 8:30 Pacific, 11:30 Eastern. We'll be going on with Garland Nixon. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for that. That'll be fun. And then we'll be back here with you guys on Thursday for another Homeless Left. and we're gonna announce a guest. It's gonna be a big show, so we'll see you here. We'll try to start on time at noon Pacific, 3 Eastern on Thursday. That should do it for today for the Homeless Left. I'll leave you with this, guys. This is just a reminder about the UN Independent International Commission, that they did a formal inquiry and concluded that Israeli authorities were responsible for what? For war crimes and crimes against humanity. This happened. They made their conclusion on June 12th, 2024. Was already determined. So anybody telling you that the jury's still out on this one, it is not. These are war crimes. That's what they are. That's what they freaking are. So, reminder that this happened in June of 2024. That's it for now, guys. We'll see you next time. When you go out in the world, remember, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass, Homeless Left. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
To Israel's military operations and attacks in Gaza from 7th October, we conclude that Israeli authorities are responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, including extermination, intentionally directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects, murder, or willful killing, using starvation as a method of war, forcible transfer, gender persecution targeting Palestinian men and boys, sexual and gender-based violence amounting to torture, and cruel or inhuman treatment. Israel's total siege of the Gaza Strip has weaponized the provision of life-sustaining necessities for strategic and political gains, including through cutting off supplies of water, food, electricity, fuel, and other essential supplies, including humanitarian assistance. It constitutes collective punishment, disproportionately impacting pregnant women and persons with disabilities, and is causing grave harm to children, including starvation-related deaths. We found that the immense numbers of civilian casualties in Gaza and widespread destruction of civilian objects and infrastructure were the inevitable result of an intentional strategy to cause maximum damage, disregarding the legal obligations of distinction, proportionality, and adequate precautions. Israel also forcibly transferred almost the entire population into small enclosures that are unsafe and uninhabitable.
Bye.